French went out to lunch beyond the pearly gates. He walked into a vegetarian restaurant called Nate's. Deine Neusgepuppte from flying with his horse. Komm mit Schüres, he yelled out, give me a plate of borscht. Yippee-ho-ho, yippie-wurst-ding-do. Die Borstreiters in die sky. Now listen, hey, the boss was hot, the fire of fishes had gebrannt from steam. The cowboy said, what's for a clog? I want some sour cream. These guys, they shook just for the schnook, the bells gave out a clang. The cream came up from Brooklyn, woo-ha, fuck mir a gang. Yippee-ho-ho, yippie-wash-ding-do. Die Borstreiters in die sky.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, Mitch. How you doing today? Sorry about that. All right. Why are the Dutch singing? That was a fun riff on Ghost Riders in the Sky off of a CD that RVA Dar told me about, and I ended up buying. So that's a fun CD to listen to. That's I'm almost now getting to the point where I'm having to collect all these different people that have sang that one song, because there's at least 100 of them, and I've only got 33 of them. So I've got to get on the ball and get the rest of them. I want them all. I want everybody that's ever released that song. I want and put them on a loop. Just go through all of them. All right. Single subject day today, people. Single subject day. Mitch, if you got Mike and you want to jump in on this, man, help yourself. It's single subject. It's about this Sean Caston out of Illinois that, well, he wants to destroy the Constitution. And we're going to start off with his interview, and then we'll actually go through and read. Oh, yeah, the Nick Cage movie. Yeah, the Nick Cage Ghost Rider. It's got 3 different versions of this song in that movie. But yeah, we'll start off with the interview he did with Forbes, and it's a 21-minute interview, so that means it'll probably take me at least an hour to get through it, and then we'll actually read the bill and the resolution. And I forgot. Let me put this resolution in here right now. Okay, here is the resolution. All right. And then here is the link to the Forbes interview. And like I said, we're going to start off with the interview here. I'm going to get strikes all over the place on this, and I really don't care today. I really don't care.
Congressman, thank you so much for joining me.
Pleasure.
Something that really caught my eye last week, you introduced legislation that really has the
Okay, it's a joint resolution. It's a resolution. It's not a bill number. It's a resolution. Okay, let's get that corrected here.
potential to upend politics as we know it. Can you give us an overview of a common sense vision for American democracy?
A common sense vision. You know, when the Democrat says common sense vision, it's straight out of the left-wing handbook. It's only common sense if the Democrats like it. If anybody else likes it, if conservative likes it, it's not common sense.
Sure. The basic thing that was driving us is how many times does every member of Congress go home and their constituents say, we know that overwhelming majorities of the American people want X to happen, whatever that X thing is. And yet you guys aren't doing it, guys and gals. And the answer is that we actually have within the structure of our government these huge minoritarian provisions.
This huge minoritarian provisions. By the way, morning, Mitch.
Good morning. I wasn't going to jump in and say, what the hell does minoritarian mean? Because that sounds like a made-up word. I know what he means by it.
So do I.
He's essentially, it's funny he chose that particular word, but he's essentially going to go on about something that is anti-individualism, I think.
It's bad. It's ugly.
I mean, I haven't seen this yet. This is all.
You haven't seen this? Okay.
You're going to get like raw reactions from me.
Okay. All right. Normally I try to keep a fairly clean channel. A few hells and damns and whatever. Okay.
That's fine with me. I know that I.
Wait a minute. All rules are off today.
Oh, great.
Okay. Because I'm angry.
Good.
I am angry that this is out there. And the sad thing about it is this is the only place I've seen anything about this. And he proposed this last week. And I hadn't seen nothing anywhere else about it.
Which means it's already passed.
Oh no, it's a House resolution.
Well, you understand what I mean when I say that.
Right.
I hope.
Okay.
I'm being sarcastic.
Right. Okay. So, but anyway, why would the Constitution, as it is currently written, want to protect the rights of the minority? And when I say minority, when the Constitution says minority, we're not talking about skin color. We're talking about people who hold the minority opinion.
Right.
Okay. Why would the Constitution want to do that?
Because tyranny by majority is still tyranny.
Exactly. Mob rule.
Yep.
We are not a country of mob rule.
No, we are not. That's why we have the Electoral College.
Exactly.
It's why we have 3 branches of government that are supposed to behave in that manner of checks and balances that we always hear about but never really see.
We've been seeing it somewhat on occasion.
We do. But yeah, you're right.
This Supreme Court has been doing a pretty good job.
I am overstating my case, but I'm 53 years old.
Okay, well, you're 10 years younger than I am.
Okay, then you know what I mean.
Yes, I know what you mean.
I've spent a lifetime or 2. How long is a lifetime officially? What's the etiquette? I don't know.
I don't know either. All I know is that since the Kent State shootings back when I was in 6th grade, politics has been circled around my head ever since then.
I mean, I've always known like instinctively when it's a tyranny and when it's not.
Right.
But it wasn't until much later that I started really looking at things and read the Constitution, for my own benefit, not because I was told to. It was then that I was able to articulate it.
Now, okay, just heads up. I invited Monkey, I invited Prospero, and I invited Skeptalk.
That's fine. I have
Whether or
no
not-
problem with any of these people as far as I
whether
know.
or not, and then of course RVA DAR. So if any of them show up, they show up. If they don't, they don't. I want a discussion on this because this is outrageously. I mean, I could rant myself for 3 hours on this.
Oh,
But
I can cut to the chase for it. Even right
Okay.
now, I can cut to the chase on it really simply. The Constitution comes with a built-in amendment process. Some of these dicks ought to start trying to think about using it.
That's exactly what he wants.
The United States Senate is not a majoritarian institution. 17% of the American people elect half of the people in the Senate.
I'm not getting very far with this here. He's complaining that 17% of the population elects a large portion of the Senate.
Then stop disenfranchising voters.
No.
Being-
Think about it.
I know the Senate elections are different.
We are the United States of America. We are made up of 50 individual sovereign states, and the Senate is to represent the states on an
Yes.
equal basis.
Yep.
The House represents the people as individuals. That's why there's so many House members, 435 of them.
Correct.
The Senate is to represent the states. Now, granted, that's been changed since they gone to, instead of a legislature appointed senators and gone to popular vote for senators within each state. It is still that Senate's job, the senator's job, is to represent the needs and the wants of his state.
Yes.
We're only 50 seconds into this.
States Senate is not a majoritarian institution. 17% of the American people elect half of the people in the Senate. The Supreme Court is not an elected body. And the House, amazingly, has not grown since 1911. So we've had 3.5 times population growth, but no growth in the members of the House. So what we sought to do is to try to fix those three things and the Electoral College while we're at it, because I'm from Chicago, Daniel Burnham, make no small plans. So that we can try to make sure that we have a government.
He wants to completely refashion, tear down our government and start over again. He wants to shred the Constitution and start all over again, is what he's proposing here.
Yeah, bad idea.
You heard it. He wants to redo the Senate. He wants to redo the House. He wants to eliminate the Electoral College, and he wants to redo the Supreme Court.
I'm going to argue he's not an American.
And this is the House member from Illinois. And Jim Durbin and Duckworth.
I don't know if you've heard me go on about this before, so I'm going to have to explain what I mean by that. When I say someone's not an American, I'm not talking about their citizenship. I'm talking about their philosophy.
I agree
their
with you.
idea of governance.
Okay, I know exactly. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
So that's what I mean when I say he's not an American. And I've argued, especially when it comes to Republicans, that we need to stop electing Republicans and start voting in Americans, and that'll fix the Republican Party.
Let's just start voting in constitutionalist.
Well, yeah, I agree. That's what an American is.
Let's just vote constitutionalist. Plain and simple. All right.
Well, I want anyone who holds an office of public trust or profit to be required to pass a constitutional competency test in order to get on the ballot or to apply for the job. It's a prerequisite.
Unfortunately, that would never pass because that in and of itself.
Not with our legislatures, no.
All right. Okay.
Closer to the vision that our founders laid out. As Thomas Jefferson said, government should, Daniel Burnham, make no small plans. So that we can try to make sure that we have a government closer to the vision that our founders laid out. As Thomas Jefferson said, government should represent the majority will. And if it's
I'll bet
I
you
tried to
anything.
find that quote and I couldn't find it anywhere.
He's if that's a Jefferson quote, he's taking it far out of context.
I could not find that quote anywhere.
It's not, let's fix it.
According to a recent Gallup poll, Americans of both parties think that the biggest issue
Did you hear that?
facing this country.
Did you catch what she just said?
Americans of both parties.
Yes, that is a part of the problem in this country. It's one of the leading bits of brainwashing our government does to us on a daily basis. They'll say both parties, or they'll use the word bipartisan. And that, when they do that, let me make it clear. This woman, she's programmed to say that. It's already in her head. She doesn't recognize that she's doing it. She's not acting of her own will. But what they've done is they've created a language that reinforces the idea that the United States of America is designed to be a two-party system.
Actually, the United States of America was designed to be a zero-party system.
Correct.
I mean, if you remember correctly, the top two vote getters for the office of president became president and vice president regardless of where they were.
That's right. And if you
know,
want
the
to
top
challenge,
The top vote getter was president. The next man in line, next vote getter was vice president. Didn't matter which.
Yep, and they were on separate ballots, if I'm not mistaken.
So
I believe it said somewhere that the president and vice president were voted in on separate ballots in the Constitution. I can't remember exactly where.
no, when they have to be from separate states.
Yes.
That's what it is. They have to be from separate states because that's what an issue with G.W. Bush and Dick Cheney.
Right.
Because Dick Cheney, even though he lived in Texas, he was from Wyoming, and his official residence was Wyoming, even though he lived in Texas.
Right.
And there was a kerfluffle about that.
But just to reinforce my point, it's very important that we, as acute thinking people, as thinking people, to recognize the language that is thrown at us, and to recognize that the reason they keep screwing around with the language is to justify their own ill doings.
Country right now is government and poor leadership. How will adding these lawmakers solve that problem?
Well, so what we're trying to do again is make sure that those of us in government are responsive to the needs. So let's take just one of the three bills we introduced. It's a constitutional amendment to add 12 at-large senators to the Senate who would be elected nationally.
Did you catch that?
What the hell good would that do? That would completely disrupt the purpose that the Senate is meant to serve.
Exactly. 12 at-large senators.
Basically 12 people who can be bribed to be a swing vote. And since they don't represent a state, it's going to be harder to pin them down on any criminal charges and who has the jurisdiction to charge them, and et cetera, et cetera. No,
Not
it's a
only
stupid
that-
idea.
Not only that, but here's his reason for this. Listen.
So you would then have 10% of the Senate that would have to vote based on the will of the American people. Now that sounds like the way every senator votes, right? Except that if
No.
you actually look at the structure of the Senate, if you're a senator from Wyoming, you have to vote based on the will of 570 people, 1,000 people in Wyoming. And you have just as many votes on the Senate floor as someone from my home state of Illinois who represents 13 million people, or someone from
That's right. That's the way it's supposed to be because the Senate is supposed to represent the individual states, you dumbass. They are not to represent. A senator from Ohio does not give a damn, should not give a damn what a person in Florida is supposed to do. He
This
is
guy,
supposed to be caring about the individuals in Ohio.
this guy should be kicked out of office. There should be an emergency. That's one thing we do need is an easier way to get these people out of office. But he needs to be out of office because he doesn't even grasp the difference between a senator and a representative. The representatives of the House represent the people.
Not in his mind.
No, because he's
They
wrong.
now conflict- the people today, all right, they are not taught. These people today have not been taught. The vast majority of Americans were not given the education in American government that you and I
Nope.
were given.
Oh, I wasn't even
I
given a good
had-
one. I was raised in California in the 70s and 80s. I didn't get a good education on government.
I had in Ohio in a farming community. Okay, it took 3 townships to graduate 300 kids my senior year. 3 townships, transversing an entire county, 3 townships out of 1 county. Okay, I had 3 complete years of American government. 1 at junior high, and
2 in high school.
and 2 in high school.
And I'll bet you anything back then there was a civics curriculum.
It was sort of mixed in with the government classes.
Oh, yeah, it would be. I mean, the government class would be under the civics curriculum, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
But-
I mean, we had all that all combined.
Right.
But and my high school year, my high school American government class, all right, was taught by an Italian immigrant.
Probably
all
one
right.
of the best people to do it.
Okay. And we spent 2 months doing nothing but studying Congress. 2 months out of a school year studying Congress. A month on the House and a month on the Senate. That is a lot of school hours.
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm walking over here and let my puppy out the door. He wants
Right
out.
on. The see,
But-
when I was in the public school system, the government school system, it was we didn't have a civics curriculum. We had social studies. You know,
we called it social studies, but it was actually government class.
well, if you're 10 years older than I am, you're at an earlier stage in the transition than I was. But it was a slow transition. They don't do civics anymore. In fact, the actor Richard Dreyfuss gets all up in a bunch over it. He's pissed off that there's no civics curriculum anymore.
But these people today don't understand the purpose of the Senate and the purpose of the House, because they have made it the politicians and the news media, all right, have made it so, well, it's the will of the people. We want to look at the will of the people across the nation to determine what happens across the nation. They federalized everything.
That's what
Is
the
what
House
they've
of
done.
Representatives is. Yeah, that's what they're doing is they're trying to. This is just another attempt to draw power to the federal level.
Exactly.
And I'm sorry, but the federal government is meant to be the most toothless of governments in our system.
California, who represents 40 million people. So he said, let's expand the Senate to provide a block of senators who are responsive to public will, still have the structure of the Senate as we sit, but to make sure that you now have a body that is better able to do what the American people want. We've done some similar changes in the House, but that's the idea, is to make us accountable to the American people.
The senators are accountable to the American people, to the people that they represent in their home states.
Again, man, I got to say this again. If he's sincere about wanting to be accountable to the American people, propose a method to more easily get rid of our representatives at the federal level.
Oh yeah, that'd be ideal. You're right.
Yeah, if you're sincere, and you're not, he's not sincere. We know this. But if he was sincere, that's what they'd be doing. Shoot, I don't think even
Sure, I
Rand
wanna break-
Paul has proposed such a thing. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go on.
That's all right. That's okay. I took a pause as you were done.
Down that senator part, where did you get the number 12 for these 12 at-large senators?
Oh, there's no magic to it. And if somebody really wanted it to be a bigger number, we'd certainly support that. The honest answer is we wanted, because the senators serve 6-year terms, and every 2 years there are senates up for vote. We wanted to do a number that was a multiple of 3, so that over the course of 3 2-year periods over a 6-year term, you could elect all of them. And so 9 felt like too few, 15 felt like too many, so we landed at 12. There's no magic to that,
It's
but it
not
does have
Steve
the happy
Prunes, dude.
coincidence of saying this is 10%. It's a 10% block of the Senate. It's a big enough to be meaningful, not so big as to completely change the body in unpredictable ways.
Now listen, keep in mind, he just said change the body in unpredictable ways. Keep that comment in mind. And by the way, good morning, Ramen and CK and Talik and Badger. I'm sorry, guys, I haven't been looking at my chat, even though I've got it sitting here. I apologize. Okay. And like I said, anybody that wants to jump on to talk about this, okay, I can go for 4 hours if I need to. That's what I feel about this. This is a single subject thing here. I mean, we've already been going for almost a half hour, and we're only 3 minutes and 34 seconds into this 21-minute and 20-second video.
That's because you and I won't shut up.
Well, that's beside the point. This is Sean Casten. He is a House member out of Illinois.
I'm not convinced that Sean in the chat wasn't asking who I am, but he knows. He knows who I am. I'm just.
We all know who you are.
No, we don't. Some people think I'm undoomed.
Your voice ain't deep enough.
I know. I don't hear it. But sometimes I do want to come on and just be like, hey, everyone, and welcome back. Just to screw with people.
All right.
Sure. And would these 12 senators have more power than other senators because they're not beholden to their state, opposed to, let's say, a senator from Illinois?
No, like every senator has the same amount of power, right? You get 1 vote on the Senate floor. You serve on committees. You have constituents you represent. So there's no greater power.
What constituency would these 12 at-large senators represent?
Well, according to
who
what he said
would
earlier,
they represent?
They'd represent the American people as a whole, and not just as the people of Wisconsin, for example.
That's not the Senate's job.
No, it isn't. That's the House of Representatives.
Exactly.
It's funny too, because he's basically saying that the federal government should get 12 votes and each state should only get 1. That's what he's saying here.
Yeah.
And no.
Other than, I suppose the fact that, right now, senators from small states have, disproportionately greater power than senators from big states. But it's basically.
No, they don't.
No, they do
No,
not.
they don't.
You goddamn dumb son of a bitch. They have exactly the same amount of power.
Yes, it's called equality. Some of you leftists might want to look into it. Not the little look you take, a real look.
The senator from Illinois has the same power as a senator from Florida or from Michigan or from Ohio or from California, because that senator's job, once again, I will repeat this 100 times throughout this, his job is to represent the state that he is from, not anybody else. He is to represent the needs of the state.
Imbeciles don't get it.
basically the same structure. Again, just with the idea that we want to fix the Senate. I want to give an example.
He wants to fix the Senate.
Okay.
The Senate's not broken, you dumb bastard.
That's my thing. If you're going to throw around a phrase like fix the Senate, you're taking the obligation upon yourself to demonstrate in what way the Senate is broken.
Oh, he's saying it's broken because
he's not getting his way.
Because a senator from Michigan, all right, has to represent more people than a senator from Wyoming.
That doesn't mean it's broken. That means it's functioning within established parameters.
Exactly, because the job of the Senate is to represent the state.
Because the states are not measured by how many people are in them.
He's in the House, Badger. He is the House representative.
To help understand, because this all sounds very academic without details. Last year, we passed the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act. Passed out of the House, passed out of the Senate. The president signed it. It made lynching a federal crime. Was named after Emmett Till, whose murder,
Okay.
in many ways triggered the civil rights era.
This might be veering off topic a little bit, but to address what he's saying here, lynching was already illegal. Lynching tends to include hunting someone down and killing them.
Yes, lynching is murder. Murder is already illegal.
So if lynching consists of stalking and murder, and hey, sometimes it's going to be torture first because people are pricks, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if lynching consists of stalking, torturing, and murdering someone, why do we need an anti-lynching law when stalking, murdering, and torturing are already illegal?
Exactly. All this Emmett thing, this lynching law they passed was something to make them feel good. We accomplished something that didn't mean shit.
It's a marketing
to kill
tool.
Somebody already is to kill somebody. Is murder.
A lynching law is just a marketing tool. That's it.
And what it did is federalize instead of making it a state crime, murder on a state level, it made it a federal crime. That's all it did. Made this particular type of murder,
torture, and stalking are federal crimes if they're done across state lines.
But if it's done within the state, then
it's
it
illegal.
wasn't a federal crime. Which now, if you lynch somebody you went next door and lynched your neighbor, instead of being brought up just on state charges of murder, you could be bringing up on federal charges.
Yeah, maybe these assholes should read the U.S. Code as well as the Constitution.
But listen to this asshole.
In the 60s. That bill first passed the House in 1922. It took 100 years.
Is he saying the Emmett Till law first passed the House in 1922?
No, anti-lynching law.
Oh, okay. Then lynching was already illegal. Well, no, it wasn't, because it has to pass the House, Senate, and be.
It was never federalized.
Right.
It was never federalized.
All the elements of that crime are still illegal at a federal level, though.
They're still illegal at the state level.
Yes. This guy's an idiot, is all we're saying.
Yeah,
over and over.
For the United States Senate to decide that lynching was bad. Like, you have to put that in context, right? In 1922, when this first passed the House, Emmett Till wasn't even born yet. Martin Luther King wasn't born yet. Malcolm X wasn't born yet. Medgar Evers wasn't born yet. How many lives have been lost because the Senate structurally is not doing what the American people want? And
that's, first of all, this anti-lynching bill, all right, it was just great hoopla, blah, blah, all right, as a virtual signaling to the Black community.
Yep.
All right.
Like I said, it's a marketing tool.
They seem to forget a lot of whites were lynched. Okay. They just play up the lynching that happened in the South during the Civil Rights era.
Yep.
Okay. They play that up, but lynching happened throughout the history of the United States, and a lot of whites were lynched. All right. You especially during the great cattle ranges, somebody even thought you stole their cattle. They just hung you.
Right.
All right. And I've been told by somebody who dug into my family tree somewhat, and stories passed down by my grandfather and my father to me, that I've got a ancestor somewhere back along the line that was hung as a horse thief. He was lynched because he was, as a horse thief. So yeah, I mean, lynching is lynching. It doesn't matter who it was done by. That rope around the neck, okay?
Right.
And it's still murder.
I mean, you've seen Hang 'em High, right?
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite movies.
That's actually a really good example of a lynching.
Exactly.
The whole intro of that movie is a great example of a lynching.
And it wasn't that. While it wasn't common, it wasn't uncommon either.
Right. But to bounce around saying that nothing was being done about lynching until the federal government got involved, that's just a lie. Oh, sure. It adds, it probably adds for greater consequences for local governments who choose not to do anything about it. But that's within the power of the people to start electing decent people at the local level.
Yeah, exactly, CK. Just like hate crime, there's already something called extreme prejudice.
Yep. And that's not even relevant to skin color exclusively anyway.
That's right. I love the people that pop up in my stream here. They're smarter than I am.
Oh, I know. I have the same thing. When I've live streamed elsewhere and on my own projects, the chat that I deal with has traditionally been pretty smart. And I love it when they pull me up on something I'm wrong about.
Oh yeah.
And it's with that sort of understanding of what the Senate does that says, well, what would have happened differently if 10% of the Senate was pushing for the public will? Those people would have been less likely to filibuster the bill that we sent over, more likely to vote for it. We know it was popular because the House of Representatives that represents all the American people passed it again and again and again.
So you admit that you already have a group that represents the American people, you remarkable dimwit.
But the Senate doesn't represent the people the way he wants them to.
Too goddamn bad. It's not their job. I don't hire a carpenter to make my pizza.
Exactly.
God, this guy's a moron.
So it's those types of problems we're trying to fix.
And putting that into perspective is very interesting. But I do want to get down to the brass tacks. How are we picking these senators?
So what we did, it would be a nationally elected, so you would vote for them in the same way that you would vote in a presidential election. No, everybody votes on the same day,
by
right?
cheating?
So it would just be on your ballot. We've said we'll vote for them every 2 years, and then.
So there'll be instead of a federal election every 4 years.
It would be every 2 years. Well,
It'd
technically,
be every 2 years. That's right. When you voted for a new House member, you would vote for a new senator.
And I say this. Well, okay, I'm gonna take back something I said earlier. This guy's not a moron.
No, he's not. He's scared.
He's doing this on purpose.
He and the Democrats. He's not doing this on his own.
No.
I mean, him and Dick Durbin and Duckworth have sat down and worked on this together.
Probably Pfizer too, and Amazon, and Google.
But the Democrats, Jerry Nadler, and the rest of the Democrats have all had I would lay odds that the entire DNC headed the leadership of the Democratic Party has got their fingers in on this bill.
Oh,
because he keeps saying we.
Yep.
Okay. So that it's not just him.
No, it's
So
not.
there's this is why I'm saying, Dick Durbin's definitely got his fingers in on this pie.
Really, at the recommendation from a lot of good government people in Washington, we decided to do it through a system of ranked choice voting, which has been proven to be very.
I absolutely hate ranked choice voting.
There's I get angry. I'm just gonna try and catch my breath here before.
All right, here let me listen
Brass
to
tacks.
play this
How
a
are
little
we
bit more
picking these
again.
senators?
So what we did, it would be a nationally elected, so you would vote for them in the same way that you would vote in a presidential election. Now, everybody votes on the same day, right? So it would just be on your ballot. We've said we'll vote for them every 2 years. And then really at the recommendation from a lot of good government people in Washington, we decided to do it through a system of ranked choice voting, which has been proven to be very effective in places like Maine, where you would vote for your first choice and your second choice and your third choice. Voters just saw what happened in Alaska that did that Mary Peltola came in, who was a much more moderate centrist person than the people running at the extremes. But everybody said, this is kind of who I want. And in a ranked choice voting system, you get
ranked choice. Well, nobody gets their first choice.
Right.
No, that's what ranked choice is nobody gets their first choice. All right. So it's a compromised candidate is what they're talking about here.
Yep.
There's a compromised candidate, and it's a compromised candidate in that, they're going to do their best to never tip that scale too hard one way or another, and hopefully they'll get reelected. Hey, morning, spittle buggies. They'll be, hopefully they'll get reelected to office. A wishy-washy, do-nothing vote is what it is.
Well, I wish it was that. Honestly, our government functions best when it's getting nothing done. For the most part, the last thing we need is 12 randos popping in to say, "Oh, this thing where we lean toward liberty and freedom, no, we're going to edge that back towards tyranny."
Exactly.
Because that's exactly what they'll do every time. If the people are getting Americans into office, the government wants a bulwark against Americans voting in government.
Okay.
That's what this is.
So what we've said is let's elect these senators on a ranked choice basis. But other than that, would be elected in the same way as any other senator.
And this would be an amendment to the Constitution. So as of now, as we're sitting here, this is not constitutional?
Yes, we would have to add that any expansion of the Senate would have to be an amendment to the Constitution. In this fact, because the Constitution only contemplates that every state has 2 senators. There's no protocol within the Constitution to expand the numbers. The proposal we've introduced to expand the House, by contrast, doesn't require a constitutional amendment because the House has always grown as population grows. As states have moved around, there's no magic number that each state will only get a certain number of members. So we were able to introduce a separate piece of legislation to expand the House without a constitutional amendment. But on the Senate, it would take an amendment.
And let's talk about the House piece of this legislation. How many members would you be adding to the House of Representatives?
So what we've done on the House side is really just to change the math. Right now, every time we do the census, so every 10 years, the one we just got through in 2020.
All right, now the census he's talking about in 2020. All right. After everything was said and done and put in stone, where it cannot be changed for 10 years, the Census Bureau popped up and said, "Oops, we undercounted 6 states and we overcounted 6 states."
Sure.
5 of the 6 states they overcounted were all Democrat. All 5 of the states that they undercounted were Republican, conservative states that voted all Republicans to the House. Therefore, Democrats ended up with at least 6 seats in this House that they should not have gotten.
Sounds about right.
seats that should have went to Texas, to Florida, and a couple others. I don't have them all memorized. All right. But nothing can be, nothing can be done. Not for 10 years.
Right.
Because it all got set in stone. Then all of a sudden, the Census Bureau pops up and says, oops, we made a mistake.
You know what's funny about well, I don't want to get off track.
Yeah, you're right, Green Badger. It's funny how all these mistakes just happen to go one way.
In every instance, it's almost like they're being coordinated by someone who lives in Maricopa County.
All right.
We redivide the population of America by 435, which is the number of seats in the House. And that sets.
Okay, you notice what he just said there. We redivide the population by 435.
Right.
No, that's not how it's done. Because each state gets a number of seats.
Yeah, well, yes, based on population in the House of Representatives.
Right.
What they
So you
really
don't
need
take
to
that
do.
population and say, this part of the country gets this number, this population gets this number, this population gets this number.
See, it sounds to me like redistricting is no longer working for them, or at least not working fast enough.
Gerrymandering is not working the way they want it to.
Right.
Yep.
It's probably too labor intensive. So it's easier to go in and just say, bullshit, we'll just add 3 more for this state, 2 more for that state. Everything's fine. Because the ones we're adding, we're going to get in for our team. That's how we're going to handle this.
They're trying to eliminate the sovereignty of the states, of the individual states. They're trying to make us like Germany, where,
yes,
you've got districts in Germany, but your districts are all beholden to the federal government, to their federal government. Like the UK, you've got your individual burghs and shires and such, but what comes out of their parliament
the EU
is all that matters.
Merkel.
Right.
Let's be clear. Merkel did to Europe what Hitler tried to do.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying she did it by herself. I mean, the EU as a group is responsible for that. But that's what Hitler wanted.
A bunch of power-hungry politicians got together.
Yep.
And in the name of refugees, managed to destroy Europe.
Yes.
The individual countries. It's bad when London itself has more non-British people living in it.
Yep.
Who vote.
It's a friggin' tragedy.
Than British people. So.
It's almost like California.
Yep.
The number of districts the number of constituents every member of the House represents. We don't have to do it that way. You could imagine a different piece of math that said, let's make sure that every House member continues to represent the same number of people and increase the number of members in the House, right? What we've done here is to say, at the next census in 2030, let's look at the population of the smallest state in the country and set that state to be the size of a congressional district. Right now,
therefore, the smallest state would have 1 representative.
Yep.
Would have 1 representative. That would
be it. It's just another shambolic move to edge toward tyranny.
The federalization, centralized government.
Represent 730,000 people roughly. And remember what I said before, there's only 570,000 people in the state of Wyoming, which means that a person from Wyoming has greater representation in the House of Representatives than someone who lives in the 6th congressional district in Illinois, because proportionally there's there's more representation per person. And so what we've done is say, let's set the smallest state to be the size of a district. If we had done that in the last census, that would have added about 130 seats to the House on 4th.
Could you imagine another 130 seats sitting in the House, another 130 representatives?
No, the ones we've got don't show up now.
I don't know if you watch C-SPAN or I watch a lot of Forbes news because I can, and then I go because honestly, C-SPAN, their website sucks. They don't keep anything on as far as congressional hearings. They don't. The C-SPAN does not do what they used to do.
Right.
Okay. You can't go on C-SPAN and say, okay, what did our Congress do yesterday and pull up videos.
Right.
You can't do it because it's not there.
Well, no,
But if
because
you
if
wanna
it
hear
was
'em
there,
talk
Congress
about-
would be in a perpetual state of embarrassment because they never fucking show up. Pardon my
But-
French.
You watch you watch these, and 90% of the time, of the seats are empty. There's nobody there.
Right.
The other day or the other week when they were discussing on the Judiciary Committee about having Matt Gates's bill or little rule for having the Pledge of Allegiance said at the beginning of each committee meeting.
Mhm.
And Jerry Nadler stood up and said, well, we say it every day when the House opens for business. And one of the other members popped up and goes, yeah, and you're never there. 90% of the seats are empty when the House opens for business. They're not in there. They may be sitting in their offices, but they're not sitting down there at the bench in their little chairs. Where Biden spoke last night.
Yeah.
They're not sitting there doing that. They're not sitting there when they have the national anthem read or the Pledge of Allegiance read. There may be, just a venture guess, maybe 5 people there. I would say no, probably 5, maybe 10 people at the absolute most out of the 435 that should be there.
Right.
So yeah, the Senate's just as bad. You don't see people sitting there in the chambers during the day. They're not there. They're in their offices or they're on their phones.
They're playing Candy Crush.
Running back and forth between hearings or prepping for hearings or prepping for another ways to dick around the American populace.
435. So it's significant, but it doesn't break the institution. And again, keep in mind that that last time the House was expanded was in 1920. Our population was so much smaller then that if I was in my seat then, I only would have represented about 200,000 people. So this is not going back to what we were before the last time the House was expanded.
And back then, 100 years, 1920, 100 years ago, to communicate, be able to represent your people, you had to represent a much smaller group of people in order to be able for them to communicate with you.
Right. Because no internet, no phone, no light, no motor car, not a single luxury.
You got that out before I did. Oh, good job.
That's what she said.
Good job.
Sorry.
But yeah, no, you're exactly right. And face it, the House Representatives at that time spent a hell of a lot more time back home than they did sitting in Washington, D.C.
Yes, they did. I mean, and just the time spent on the road. I mean, there's a reason that that in the Constitution it says that representatives are immune from arrest while on their way to session.
To and from.
And
that's right.
Mind you, I want to point out that it says immune to arrest, not immune to prosecution. But that's kind of a different discussion for a different time.
Hey, afternoon, Fury. I think, Sean, Rhode Island's got a larger population, okay, than Wyoming does.
Expanded, but I think is a directional corrective.
So you're saying this will, level the playing field?
It would make the body that much more
No, it
representative
won't.
because we'd have more representatives representing proportionally fewer people. It would make it more likely that when people like me go home to our districts, we run into our constituents, right? Just because they have fewer constituents. It would make the House much more diverse in almost every measure because, as a body that is much older, much whiter, much more male than the population.
Okay. All right. No, sorry, you lose, pal. Here's the trick. All right. I'm going to let you jump on the much more male part. I got something else I got a secret.
Go on. I'm not going to stop you.
I've got a secret to reveal here when it comes to the House of Representatives. Here's the trick. It doesn't matter how many members there are in the House of Representatives, and it doesn't matter how many constituents each of those members represent. And here's why. The only thing that matters is that they represent the will of the people. And within our Constitution, we have a document that was amended to it in 1791 called the Bill of Rights. Stay within the confines listed there, and you are doing a damn good job of representing the people of the United States of America. That's the dirty secret. It doesn't take a whole lot of sorting to figure that shit out. It's a very simple document.
And when they sit here and say this is what pisses me off, okay? They try to divide us by skin color.
Yep.
They try to divide us by gender. They try to divide us by wealth. They try to divide us by your jobs. They try to every which way, they try to divide you whether you're married or not married, whether you have children or no children. They try to find every way they can to divide us as American people rather than trying to, what is good for me as a white man, 63-year-old white man, for the most part, is going to be good for a 21-year-old black woman.
Yep. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Okay. Which Democrats always seem to forget to, the life part when they want to talk about certain subjects.
And the liberty part when they want to talk about certain subjects.
Right. And it's no longer the pursuit of happiness.
No. It's pursuit of dear leader's will.
No, it's, they want you to be guaranteed. No, it's not pursuit of happiness. It's guaranteed happiness.
Yes. Here's another thing, man. I got to tell you. Oh, I get so angry with these people. This country has a founding document in which there is no exception made for anybody. Nowhere in the Constitution or the Bill of Rights or the Declaration of Independence will you see the phrase except for black people, except for gay people, except for transgender people, except for transvestites, except for people with a weird limp and a squeaky eye that drips constantly. It doesn't say any of that shit. And these people, not just in our government, but everywhere, they keep fighting for all this shit that has already been addressed. It's already covered. If they'd bother to read the Constitution, they would know this.
No, it's not about whether or not they bother to read it. It's whether or not, because they've all read it at one time or another. It's whether or not they choose to abide by it. But you see, the problem here is if they abided by the Constitution as it was written, it would limit their power. They would not get the power that they desire.
Correct. At least as far as the people in government.
That's exactly it. They would not have the power that they want if they abided by the Constitution the way it was written.
Exactly.
And given the power of incumbency, creating a cadre of new people would necessarily make it more diverse. And so if we're more diverse, if we are closer to our constituents, it's going to make the House more representative.
The only thing that he's saying that actually means anything to me, that is actually a good point, is having your representative closer to the people. But when your representative lives in Washington, D.C., 9-10 months out of the year, and is only back in their home district for 90 days out of the entire year, 2 weeks here, 3 weeks here,
Right.
a month here.
Home is where you go on vacation.
Right. That's what these guys are.
Yep.
All right. And see what I tell you what I want to see, and what I want to see happen. I've come up with this, and I don't know if you remember GeoCities.
Oh God, it's so old. GeoCities.
Okay.
I remember at this point. I remember the name.
Okay. I used to have a quite thriving thing on GeoCities. Quite thriving. I had about 4,000 people.
Right on.
All right. And that was a lot of people for back then.
Oh yeah.
All right. That'd probably be equivalent out to about 1 million today. Anyway, one of the things I postulated back then, and I still think it's a damn good idea, that they build a hotel-like building, or they buy one, an existing one, right there near the Capitol. Every elected official is required to live in it. Every Congress critter is required to live in that building.
Yeah,
The government maintains it.
I hear the counter argument to it. Okay. And but I agree with you. Okay. But I do hear the counter argument is going to be, oh, but then everyone will know what building to attack with blah, 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 blah. And I'm thinking, yeah, good. That'll keep them on their toes. That'll keep them making sure that the interests of the people are at the forefront of their activities, won't it?
And
government should be afraid of the people. Absolutely, in my opinion.
And see, I was still in the military when I was doing GeoCities. I was still active duty.
Right on.
And I could picture a huge barracks. All right, like our senior NCO barracks had. They were basically small apartments. A living room, a kitchen, and a bedroom. And a bathroom. And that was it. You had 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, and 4-bedroom apartments, depending upon and you got your apartment based upon your family size.
Yep.
All right. So like Nancy Pelosi would get in a 1-bedroom apartment. This is just her and her husband.
Well, wait. That might violate the cruel and unusual punishment clause, at least as far as Paul is concerned.
I don't know, the way she locked he locked lips with Joe Biden yesterday.
Well, no, that wasn't Paul Pelosi. That was whatever. What the hell is her name? Whatever. Whoever Kamala Harris's flavor of the month is.
Right. All right. Okay.
I'm a bad man.
But I mean, that's what I think these, you want to be closer to your people, go home and stay there. Shut down Congress for 6 months out of the year.
Well,
go there, do your job. Remember,
the other thing
the House's job is the budget.
Yep.
Go to the work and work on the budget. Leave everything else alone. Your job is the budget.
Well, Arthur and I wrote an amendment for that, actually. We wrote a book that had 11 amendments to the Constitution in it. We've taken the book off the market, but I still have the copy of it.
Oh, I'd probably like to. Yeah, if you have it in PDF, I'd love to read it.
Oh, I do. Actually,
I'd love to have you.
I'll send you a copy when we're done.
All right, go ahead. Originalshroom@gmail.com.
I'm not going to remember that.
Okay.
You might want to put it in the private chat here or something. But our amendment is 4 sections, and the way we wrote the amendments, we looked at the Bill of Rights and said the amendments should be short. So that's one of the things we keep in mind when we wrote them. This is the Balanced Budget Amendment, Section 1. Congress must submit a balanced budget for each subsequent fiscal year no later than March 3rd of the current fiscal year. Section 2. Should Congress fail to submit a balanced budget on time, each member shall be required to pay a penalty of not less than $1,000 per day until such time as a balanced budget has been submitted, which shall be withheld from their congressional salary and used to pay down the principal on the federal debt. Section 3. Should Congress fail to submit a balanced budget by September 3rd, that entire Congress shall immediately and permanently cease to be eligible to hold any office of public trust or profit within any jurisdiction of the United States. In Section 4, this article shall take effect on the 3rd day of January following the ratification of this amendment. We weren't, when we wrote this, we weren't screwing around. We knew that Congress in general was a big problem. Let's be clear. Congress will never ratify these amendments we wrote because it holds them accountable for their actions or lack of actions.
All right. Okay. Now, so far, what this guy wants to do, all right, what the Democrats here want to do is 12 at-large senators voted on a national scale by ranked voting. Add at least 130 more members to the House of Representatives based upon the size of the least populated state, so that state would only get 1 member in the House of Representatives. All right. That's what they want to do so far. That's what this guy's got in the air so far.
And this is important, along with the Senate bill, the number of electors in the Electoral College is the number of members of the House plus the number of members of the Senate. So by expanding the number of electors and by making congressional districts smaller, it reduces the range of scenarios where the winner of the popular vote in a presidential election would lose the electoral vote.
This is all about Hillary. This is all about Al Gore. Both of them lost, while winning the popular vote, lost in the Electoral College. Why? Because the United States was never designed to have a popular vote for the president.
Correct.
All right. Remember, this still boils down to 50 sovereign states having a somewhat equal voice in the government. Not 100% equal as far as the House goes and the Electoral College would go, because obviously the more populous the state is, it's going to have more people, it's going to have a little bit more state. That's why California's got 54 House members.
Yep.
And other states only have 1 or 2. you've got, it is what it is when it comes to that.
Yes.
But it is still 50 sovereign states. And that is what these guys hate, is 50 sovereign states. They absolutely hate that idea.
Of course they do. They hate anything that puts any kind of power into the hands of the people, or basically diffuses power away from them.
Right. It keeps power out of their measly little gripey paws.
Yes.
Government. Yeah, Spittle, you're right. Government maintains it so nothing works and it's all wasted energy.
There's only 4 times in our history that that's happened. 2 of them have been in the last 23 years. And that's a function of the fact that because the population has grown so much faster than the House, which is the number of electors, it's created a situation which is untenable. And I think, as those of us who have lived through the last 23 years know, there are some legitimacy problems you run into as a president when you lose the popular vote that limits your ability to get things done. So the idea is it would make.
All right. There are 2 things I want to bring up here. Okay, talk about the growth. Would we have as much of a growth if we didn't have at least 40 million illegal aliens in this country?
Again, there's a reason they're letting our country be
their
flooded
children
with illegals.
who because of a misreading of the constitutional amendment, the children are granted citizenship simply for being born on U.S. soil.
Yeah, it'd be, in some cases, it would be great if we could go back and say, "Hey, Bob, what did you mean when you wrote this?"
No, we don't have to. We don't have to. We've got the debate, and the actual debate says that in order to be a U.S. citizen, at least one of your parents had to be a U.S. citizen. It wasn't citizenship born just because you were on. You and your parents had to be subject to our laws. And if you are here illegally, you're not subject to our laws because you violated our laws.
I agree.
Okay.
However, I'm actually looking for it because we've got the Constitution in the book. I'm looking for that particular spot.
So that's the one issue right there. The second issue, the second issue is, you notice he says we have a legitimacy problem. Really? No. The president is the president. All right. President Biden is my president. He is the president of the United States.
Yep.
Regardless of what I feel personally about the election, my own ideas and thoughts of what happened during the election, yada, 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 yada. Okay. He's still my president, whether I like it or not. Just as Bill Clinton was my president.
Look,
all right.
Did they steal the popular vote? Yes, they absolutely did. But since the president is not voted in by popular vote, that doesn't matter. What we really should be looking into is who stole the electors.
Well, we're not going to go into the last election. It's just, he's saying that, well, if you didn't get the popular vote, then you're an illegitimate president. That's what this man just said.
Right. And he's wrong because the people do not elect president. The electors do.
Exactly.
And that's why Joe Biden is the official legitimate president of the United States.
Exactly.
Make our presidency more effective as well.
Congressman, as you know, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote back in 2016, but lost the Electoral College, and the Supreme Court has a conservative majority. So are the proposals that you're suggesting meant to tip the scales in favor of Democrats?
Well, I could go even stronger than that. Remember, Al Gore won the popular vote against the second Bush, and yes, without question, if Al Gore had been president and Hillary Clinton had been president, we would have a different cast of characters on the Supreme Court, and and a whole host of issues from Citizens United to the Dobbs decision that overturned Roe versus Wade to dramatic changes in gun control would have been decided differently. 1%.
Remember what he said earlier? Remember I said, remember what this man's saying right here?
Can't remember what he said, but I remembered you telling me to remember it.
Okay. This is what it's boiling down to. They're pissed off, they're mad, and they want to ensure Democratic control of the presidency forever.
Yep.
This is to tilt the vote, the power of the office of the presidency into Democratic hands forever.
Yes, ad infinitum. Well, ad nauseum at least.
This is nothing more than a way to get a power grab. They don't care. This man saying, well, the representative fair data, all that stuff is bullshit. It's smoke and mirrors. It's right there. He just got done. He said the quiet part out loud. And at least, I'm not a real big fan of this woman as an interviewer. I've watched her interview other people. I'm not a big fan of her because she's a typical reporter, lobs softballs to Democrats and gets a little nasty with Republicans.
Yep.
Okay. But she accidentally, whether she wanted to or not, made him say the quiet part out loud.
Yes, she did. This
is because they are unhappy with past elections and the way they've turned out and what's happened with those elections and and decisions that were made, appointments which were made, and now they want to change the system so that they have perpetual control over our government. That is what they want. They want to become the new czars.
Like I said, they're un-American. And we need to start electing Americans again. And it's not going to be a quick process if we do that. I mean, because we have to start from the bottom up. We got to start with the school boards.
Well, fortunately, the past 5 years, thanks to groups and situations like Project Veritas has put out, a lot more parents are even more concerned about the school boards now.
Yes.
Because of videos. Love them, hate them, whatever, feel nothing about them. Project Veritas really has been a major game
changer.
Game changer here in local politics. And once you get involved in local politics, it has no choice but go upstream from there.
Yes.
You've got that's how the liberals have gotten control. And it's not just school boards, but it's actually, they're going and looking at the teachers and what the teachers are saying. We are having teachers quit.
Oh, yeah.
Teaching, resigning from teaching because they can't. They are being told you cannot bring your pride flag into your classroom anymore.
Well, yeah, it's good. It's good that they're quitting, but we're also getting American teachers quitting. And again, I'm not saying that people who are transsexual or transgender or gay, or I'm not saying they're not Americans. I'm actually saying they are, because there's a distinction to be made between, for example, a gay person and an activist. The gay people are not the problem. The activists are the problem.
Exactly. And these teachers that are quitting, they're
activists.
They're saying, I can't, what do you mean I can't have my gay pride? What do you mean I can't wear rainbows and have them, talk about my girlfriend or my boyfriend.
No,
You
no,
know,
look,
my your private life stops at the schoolyard property line. That's not what you're
really
paid
it
to do.
doesn't, because if you have herpes, crossing onto school grounds does not get rid of herpes. But if you're going to be a professional teacher, behave like a goddamn professional. That's one of the things we've lost in this country, is that sense of professionalism. It's gone by the wayside in favor of how everyone feels. Look at what they've done with Star Trek Discovery. If you go back and look at old Star Trek from the original series,
we're not going there. We're not going there.
No, I'm just using it as an example because it's a parallel to what's happening in the real world. Kirk and crew, I hate to say it, but Picard and crew, Cisco and crew, these crews were all professionals in their field, and they, for the most part, behaved as professionals when they went to work. We don't see that in Star Trek Discovery. Everything's fucking cool, and that's the power of math, people, and everyone's an emotional disaster. It's the same thing in the real world. We've lost our sense of professionalism, not just as a culture, but in America as a nation. There was a time, if you could call someone a professional American, where the professional American didn't have to scream and shout to argue their point. They could just say, but why, look here, it says that you can't quarter soldiers in homes during peacetime.
Okay. Phil Bucky, you're right. They no longer have decorum.
Yeah, that's another good way to phrase it. Because decorum is a big part of it.
Yep.
We've lost intelligent debate, and what's taken its place is screaming childish emotionalism, and it needs to swap back.
I really wish I didn't get so angry at what I see, like I see when I see these guys
Me
here.
too.
I wish I wouldn't have to get so angry about it. But it is such a destruction of our Constitution and of the foundation of our country what this man's proposing and what the Democrats here are proposing. And
it really goes further than that, because our Constitution, and especially our Bill of Rights, that's sort of a code of ethics too, isn't it? For a lot of us people who are Americans.
Democrats don't believe in that.
I know that. There's a huge contingent within our government and within our society who have no use for a code of ethics where you respect someone else's right to speak. For example.
All right. Okay.
For those three issues, though, if you look at this as they would help Democrats, I suppose you can. I would encourage you not to look at that way, though.
Of course, because you want to hide the truth.
Exactly. You don't want us to look at it in the way that it actually is. You don't want us to see the truth. That's what it is. You don't want us to see the truth of the matter, which is nothing but a power grab.
He couldn't have explained that better if he was Jack Nicholson in a witness chair playing a Marine.
I'm sorry. Every time I think of Jack Nicholson, I think of, as far as roles, I think of him as a werewolf, and I think of him in
The Shining.
No, Johnny's here. Here's Johnny.
Yeah, that was The Shining.
The Shining, yeah.
But you're right. Wolf is a great movie.
Yes. Marking his territory.
Yeah.
And that's what these Democrats want to do. They want to mark their territory on us.
Yep. We're not having it.
2/3 of the country believes in preserving Roe.
I'd love to see where he gets those numbers from.
Yeah, so would I.
Because I actually believe it's more of a 50-50 split.
Probably, but again, I think if someone is properly aware of our rights as Americans, they're going to be anti-abortion. But again, because that's an abortion statement, that's a long discussion, and it's for another time.
Yep.
The overwhelming majority of the country believes that we need universal background checks for guns and should have an assault weapons ban.
Nope.
Okay, now see, now let's put it this way here. All right, this is the one thing. All right, one of my hot box buttons. All right, the Democrats love to say, "But my Constitution, but my Constitution, my rights." Abortion here. All right, abortion on demand. It's right there. It's in the penumbra of the Constitution. You cannot limit a woman's right to have an abortion because it's in the penumbra of the Constitution. But they look at the Second Amendment, which has very simple the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
I got 2 questions for you on the Second Amendment. Who makes up the militia?
All of us, the people,
Yep, the citizens make up the militia.
male and female, 18 to 80.
Yep. Now, what is that militia meant to secure?
Meant to secure the state.
It's meant to secure a free state.
Free state.
That's the exact words in the Second Amendment are free state. That's what have you seen my video? I know someone told you to watch it.
I haven't had a chance to watch it yet.
Okay, because I explain it so much better there.
All right.
But
I
I'll leave
haven't
it at
had
that.
I haven't had a chance to watch it. But that is definitely on my list of things to do.
Because I think you'll like where I take the Second Amendment in that video.
But the point, I mean, my favorite thing, I've played it a dozen times. I've got it bookmarked. I've got it. I mean, it's saved. Is Penn Jillette's
Oh yes,
explanation of the Second Amendment. I've played that thing probably 30 or 40 times over the past since the day it got put out to where you could play it.
Are you talking the clip from Penn and Teller's bullshit?
Right.
Yep.
Where he goes over the Second Amendment.
Oh yeah.
All right. So yeah, I mean, because you can't get much more of a and one of the reasons why I like using his thing is because he's a liberal.
Yeah.
He is not a conservative. He's an atheist.
Yeah, me
Or
too.
at least he was at the time that he did this video.
I'm an atheist as well. Pro Second Amendment, anti-abortion atheist.
So, but and see, and all right, I'm a Christian, and but I believe my Constitution.
Yep.
And what I don't, my beliefs are my beliefs. All right. Your beliefs are your beliefs. I'm not going to try to dictate and force my beliefs down your throat. All I ask is you don't try to force yours down mine.
See, this is what I was talking about earlier when I said that, when I was talking about the Bill of Rights being a code of ethics.
Mm-hmm.
You just beautifully painted that picture, because you're right. It's not my place to try to, we can discuss it. Sure. We can, we can have theological and anti-theological discussions and conversations. And those are great because they, if any faith that goes, or let's not say faith because atheist, but any belief that goes unchallenged cannot grow stronger.
And the thing with me, okay, as a Christian, part of my commandments of my belief is to try to save other people from going to hell.
Right.
All right. For me to be a Christian, I have to proselytize my religion.
Yes.
But there's ways of doing it without coming across as an asshole.
Exactly.
All right. And I try to do it in a way that, even if you never do, that I have tried. But I did it in a way that did not insult your intelligence or make you feel bad, or try to make you think I was trying to belittle you or anything else. But anyway.
Right. And
But-
another good example of that is one of the rules I live by when it comes to people who have faith. There's a reason I don't want to change them. It's because I want them to be happy. And if their faith makes them happy, who am I to take that away from them? That's bullshit.
That's true. That's very true.
You know, especially if it's a friend. You know, if it's someone you're going to call friend, then, you know, hey, maybe if I challenge you on your faith a little bit, but don't try to disabuse you of it, you'll come out of it with stronger faith. And that's just going to be better for you.
All right, I'm going back this up here just a few seconds.
Okay.
Is they would help Democrats. I suppose you can. I would encourage you not to look at that way, though. 2/3 of the country believes in preserving Roe. The overwhelming majority of the country believes that we need universal background checks for guns and should have an assault weapons ban.
Nope.
Huge majorities of the country think we should get dark money out of politics.
Yep.
Now, I agree with that.
That I do
Dark
agree.
money needs to get out of politics.
But he's not going to
I
do
can
that.
agree with.
You know what that is? That's his icing on the cake. He doesn't want dark money out of politics. Where do you think he got that suit? You know,
Mhm.
who do you think's paying for that office? It's not
Exactly.
It's not. He's
How
saying
many
that,
hours a day is he spending on his telephone trying to fundraise?
He's saying that because he wants people to think that that's a worthy cause, and it is. But he wants people to think that he's for that worthy cause, so that they'll be willing to compromise with him on banning assault weapons and doing the background checks and all that nonsense. And I don't know if you've heard me say this one before, Shroom, or not, but my belief is that if you compromise with tyranny, you engage in tyranny.
That's you're exactly right.
That's what he wants. That's why when they say, oh, to get these people on the left and right to get together and compromise, no, screw the left and the right. Let's get the Americans to make it easier for the anti-Americans to get the fuck out of the country, because they clearly don't want to be here.
I'm not going to argue with that either.
The fact that those decisions were decided, in ways that sort of oppose what Democrats want is one way to look at it. But they were decided in ways that opposed what the majority of the people want.
Liar.
All right. And one thing here, you need to remember, the majority of the people do not have the unfettered right to step on the rights of the minority of the people.
Exactly.
That is called mob rule. And we do not have mob rule here in this country. Because if we did, he'd like to go back to 1922 or 1920, remember? He went back all the way to 1920, saying how bad, the House of Representatives passed anti-lynching law in 1920. All right, let's go back to 1920. Let's go back to what would have been the mob rule of 1920. And how, if we did, as he wants, go strictly by what the majority of the people wanted at that time, would blacks have ever gotten the right to vote?
Probably not.
Would women have gotten the right to vote?
Probably not.
Think about this nonsense. We do not live by mob rule in this country.
No.
The rights of the minority people. And again, when I use minority here, I'm not talking your nationality. I'm not talking the color of your skin. I'm talking about
sheer numbers.
51% of the people believe this, 49% of the people believe that. Just because 51 believe that doesn't mean that this 49 loses their rights.
Exactly. See, I've always taken issue with these people who say your rights end where mine begin. Bullshit. Our rights coexist. We don't get to step on anybody. It's that simple.
And what I would submit and what I've said to my Republican colleagues is we have evolved because of these minoritarian parts of our government into a world where we have two parties. One of the parties wins popular votes and seeks to earn the support of the majority of the American people. The other party, its power derives from those minoritarian institutions like the Senate, like the Electoral College, like the Supreme Court. And it has greatly weakened the Republican Party. My friends in the Republican Party who are moderate and reasonable are sitting there saying, why is it that our party's agenda is being driven by Lauren Boebert and Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene? Why is my voice not higher? And the answer is because their party is pushing towards the minoritarian institutions, not towards the majority view of the American.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, why is Ilhan Omar, AOC, Presley, the squad,
Jayapal.
Yeah, Jayapal, thank you. Why are these people your voices? The communists. Remember, and I just went over this the other day, 86 Democrats refused a vote to say that socialism was bad.
Yep.
86. They actually voted nay on a House resolution that said nothing more than socialism was bad. And their mouthpiece, Maxine Waters, when she got asked about it,
oh yeah,
her answer was Trump. Trump. You want me to denounce socialism? Will you denounce Trump? That was her answer. Everything on them boiled back to Trump. They could not even denounce socialism. And you're going to tell me that those 86 members of the House of Representatives reflect the will of the country?
Nope. Well, there's the other thing. I'm going to go back to the whole civics thing. That's why we need a civics curriculum, so that people know what this country stands for. A lot of these people out there complaining today, they don't even know what this country stands for. They think they do because they're told by their Antifa teacher in the public school system, But that's not what this country stands for. A lot of these people don't even recognize what liberty is. So they don't even know that it's being taken away from them. If a lot of these people understood that it's an act of tyranny, and I propose this all the time, call the tyrants out for their tyranny. Call it tyranny. Because calling a Democrat a hypocrite has no effect. They're proud of it. Call them a tyrant, and that puts them in a more defensive posture. But one of the reasons we're having so much trouble is because we have at least 2 generations now that have grown up without the ability to even recognize the difference between liberty and tyranny, and to recognize why a small step like a background check is just the first inch down a slippery slope.
Okay. Maddie, welcome to the group. Maddie Rants. I like your name. All right. Yes, those laws were made due to the squeaky wheels getting the grease. You've got some good points there, Maddie. And hey, I've got it pinned to the top. On topic, please. Anybody wants to join in? It's just not me and Mitch talking here. And like I said, I've got no problem going 4 or 5 hours on this stream on this. I got no problem with it at all today. I've been up 20 hours. I can go ahead and go another 10 if I need to. That's no problem. All right. One of the things here when it comes to the tyranny, welcome, Maddie.
It's Maddie.
Hey.
Now, I'm
What's
not
up?
familiar with you, Maddie. I apologize for that, but welcome to the stream, and hopefully we will get familiar.
Well, I mean, I first and foremost, Mitch already knows this about me, and that is why a lot of the views in my chat are the way they are. My parents escaped the Fidel Castro regime to come to the
Bless their
United
hearts.
States. So a lot of my ideas about government and government control and what's going on in this country are shaped by what my parents went through. My mom's side of the family were actually revolutionaries against Fidel. So they're not even allowed back in the country until the regime is gone completely.
Yep.
So
Okay. Well, then I am so glad you're here. Then I am. You are more than welcome.
thank you.
Okay. Um, one thing's here. Okay. I I think there are people though getting back into this idea of freedom, particularly when it comes to the First and Second Amendment. One of the most popular subchannels or subsects on YouTube are First Amendment and Second Amendment auditors, primarily First Amendment auditors. You got people like Jeff Gray from Honor Your Oath, and others from almost every state out there and doing nothing but filming public officials and forcing, and a lot of them get arrested and a lot of them get paychecks
Yep.
from the government
Mm-hmm.
for being illegally, having their constitutional rights violated. And these are a lot of them are younger people out there doing this.
Oh yeah.
All right. And then there's a group my age doing it because now they're no longer working, so they don't have a job at risk if they do get arrested. And they're old enough that they can get out there and do it. They're retired or semi-retired, and they can get out there and they've got the time to go out and do it. You got I never pronounce it right, but Amagassett Press, Jason and his son out doing it. I watch a lot of these, quite a few of these people. And they are getting out there and pushing at least the First and Second Amendment and pushing back on the tyranny of the police and the elected officials.
Well, and again, when I said earlier that I want to see a constitutional competency requirement to hold any office of public trust or profit, that includes the police. That includes the janitor at the local elementary school. I think we tend to forget that even the janitor or anyone who's contracted by government, they're de facto agents of the state.
Exactly. Yeah. If anybody whose paycheck comes from the public tit,
yep,
they are a government agent.
Well, that's why we use that language, office of public trust or profit, because it's important to point out that even BlackRock's not a government agency, but they are a contractor and therefore de facto government agents as far as I'm concerned. That means that they are beholden to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights as far as I'm concerned.
All right. And so, Maddie, Mitch and I have had a lot to say about this. Give us your 3-minute spiel on what you've heard from this guy so far.
It's well, I just popped in, so I only heard a couple of minutes of what was going on, but it's just the back and forth of everything is just ludicrous at this point. It's either one extreme or the other. There's no middle ground. It's either they want to control everything or they want to, and then you have the Republicans trying to, and whoever argues with me about this, I have a few things to say, want to let their religion write their policy, and that's not the way it's supposed to work.
Agreed.
There are enough.
So, you know,
There are a bunch who are that way. I will agree.
yeah.
Personally, I mean, as I I hopefully maybe you heard Mitch and I talk about it. I am a Christian, but I believe
hmm
in a secular government.
Yeah. I am agnostic and Christian, and I believe in a government completely separated from any legislation that, you know, is religiously biased.
Right, because what it boils down to is whose religion, it boils down to whose religion are we going to let rule us. I'm sorry, I'm not willing to
Yeah.
let somebody
And I mean,
else's religion rule me, and I don't want my religion to rule somebody else.
no. And I mean, and within Christianity, there are so many different denominations, they can't even agree on who's supposed to be running what, when, and where.
Yeah.
You know, you have all these rivalries between all these different denominations, and it's like, okay, aren't you guys all supposed to be Christianity? So, well, hooping.
So,
It's
all right,
ridiculous.
the long and short with this guy, just quick, for people who have just joined in, this guy has submitted several resolutions. Okay, he's gotten together with other Democrats. The first one is to uh, elect 12 senators at large. They are elected on a national basis versus a state by state basis. So, in effect, when you go to vote, you would vote for 2 senators. You'd vote for one to represent your state, then you'd vote for another one who would be your national senator. The next thing would be to add approximately 135 seats at the minimum to the House of Representatives. And that would be based upon taking the least populous state and saying, all right, they get one member of the House, and that will use that population number as a baseline as to what every other member of the House represents.
Okay.
All right. And then the third one would be basically to limit, I don't think he's gotten into the third one yet. But those are the 2 big ones that they've talked about right now. And either one of them, the first one with the 12 roving senators, 12 senators at large, basically that's a violation of state right of the 50 sovereign states
Yeah.
ideology in our Constitution, that each state is equally represented in the Senate.
Yeah, the Democrats have been trying to undermine the Constitution for a while. I mean, and people are just, they're so ill-informed or ill-educated on what the Constitution is and how our government is set up that they're just allowing this crap to happen. And it's like, I agree with Mitch about the competency test before you, even run for office to see if you're competent enough. I want a second test added to that, and that is a test on the Constitution and the laws within it. Because in my opinion, if you're going to legislate for an entire country, know the laws that are already established before you open your mouth and start making more.
Well, that is my test. It's a constitutional competency test.
Yeah, well, mine is a mental competency test and then the Constitution test. Because
oh, okay, I'm with you.
Let's face it, Nancy Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi, our senile senior in chief. I mean, I don't see much mental competency there.
I got a finger that kind of trying to sniff the little girl on the corn pop with the ice cream.
Don't forget our buddy that thought Guam would capsize if you put too many naval people on a base.
Oh God!
Right? Like that's why
Ron
I said
Johnson.
You need mental competency test. Now I've cracked up my mom because I told her that I can't watch Nancy Pelosi talk because she looks like somebody that couldn't afford dentures that fit. So she's constantly adjusting the dentures while she's talking, so I can't focus on anything but her teeth. I can't watch. I can't watch her. I think I keep yelling at the stream. Polydent is a thing, woman. Glue
Imagine
them
how
things
Paul
in your
feels
mouth
when they fall out at an inopportune moment. But never mind that.
Right? I mean, the Democrats have been undermining. let's call them what they are. They're the new socialist party at this point. They're no longer Democrats for the people. They are socialists for a
The
bigger
Republicans
government
are the
controlling
same,
all
though.
facets of it.
The Republicans are the same.
They're
Yeah.
Today's Republicans are the Democrats of 50 years ago.
Yeah, tyranny is tyranny, regardless of velocity.
Yep.
You know. So
Mhm.
I have no use for Republicans either. That's why I say, to fix the Republican Party, vote out the Republicans and put Americans in their place,
I
and then we
You
can
know,
move on to the Democrats.
I've said this before, and I'll say it again, just in case anybody's never heard me say it. All right. Yes, I am a registered Republican only because in the state of Florida, you must be registered as one of the two parties in order to have a vote in the primaries.
See, that's the kind of tyranny I'm talking about.
All right. Well, that's meant to prevent what a lot of people have advocated to do in the past. You know, Democrats crossing over and voting into Republican primaries in order to vote in the weakest or most obnoxious candidate so that their person can win.
I'll
Or
bet you
vice-
anything they're going to
vice
run
versa.
Tulsi Gabbard in 2024.
So, I can understand and appreciate the need for closed primaries. I just wish that it wasn't there. I just wish there was a better way to do it. But that's the only reason why I'm a registered Republican is so that I can. But then I try to vote. I try to vote for the most constitutionalist leaning
Yep.
of the people who are actually running.
That's why
I
I voted
had-
for Trump.
I had a guy pop up here one day at my front door. We sat out on my front porch for almost an hour. I quizzed him on that he was running for state office. And I spent almost an hour quizzing him about positions and what ifs and this kind of stuff. And finally he got done and he said, damn, I've never been questioned like that before. I've never had anybody question me on my beliefs like that. Well, if you're asking me for my vote, I want to make certain that before I vote for you, that you're going to be the person that's going most closely aligns with my beliefs.
Yep.
And that's what when I used to have and run a channel on YouTube and a blog that was a news blog, and I still have my account and my news account Twitter. And every time there's a voting cycle, I impress upon everybody on my news Twitter, do not vote because you quote unquote like the person. Politics is not a popularity contest.
Mm-mm.
It's about doing your due diligence, researching the candidates, and voting for the person who best represents what you want to see in your country.
Exactly.
And these people, it seems like it has just become a popularity contest. And it's like, no, that's not what this is supposed to be.
Who would you rather drink beer with? Who'd you rather have a beer with? Or who would you
Now-
sit down to dinner? I tell you, I wouldn't sit down to eat dinner with Donald Trump, but I voted for him because I liked what he said. And I've said this before too. I was initially for Cruz, and the reason why I was for Cruz is because I felt that Trump, while he was out there and asking a lot of solid questions and making people take a stand on foreign trade, on the national debt, and other things, I didn't think he had a chance of making it through the primaries.
Yeah, and see, and to me, and I'm the opposite regarding a past candidate. I would sit down and have a beer and a burger with Obama, but I don't agree with a single one of his policies that he enacted when he was in office, nor his politics in general. But I think he'd be a good guy to hang out with.
I
It's
don't.
like,
I
hey,
would constantly be looking for the knife in my back.
I'd be more worried about Michael whipping it out on
Or
me.
yeah, the dick under Michelle's dress. But I'm sorry, did I say that out loud?
Yes, it's okay.
Yes, you did.
But we get to build a bit on a point you made earlier, Shroom. We do get inundated and caught up in all of these false dichotomies: Democrat, Republican, abortion, anti-abortion. Well, they call it pro-life and pro-choice, whatever. Pro-gun, anti-gun. less filling, tastes great, whatever. They keep hitting us with these false dichotomies, and what the people of this nation really need to stop and realize is that there is only one true dichotomy when it comes to American politics, especially American politics. And that dichotomy is liberty or tyranny.
A lot of people are single issue voters.
That's their problem.
I've got several issues. The Second Amendment, obviously, being one of them. I've got a half a dozen issues which I care very deeply about. But they're, Second Amendment, our national debt, our border security, our military force. These are things that are my issues that I'm concerned about. Is our military property trained? Are we secure on our borders? Is the president, is the Congress doing what they are supposed to be doing to keep our country safe and secure? All right. And these are, so while they're single issues, they're vastly encompassing issues.
Well, and they all revolve around that liberty tyranny dichotomy too.
Yeah.
Well, I guess really at the end of the day, everything does.
Yes, it all does.
And
let's go back.
Go on. Yeah, let's
go back and listen to this character.
Let's not get me into another bunny tunnel.
People. And so if we weaken those minoritarian institutions, I think it creates two much more healthy parties that are consistently competing for that side.
As government is set up right now, though, would Republicans support this? Do you think you have bipartisan support? What has the response been to this package?
So we just introduced it last week, and it's probably too soon to tell. I will tell you that I've heard nothing negative about it from my Republican colleagues, but it is hard. Look, leadership is hard.
Okay, you introduced it last week. It has gotten absolutely zero public notice.
Yep.
If it weren't for this interview, I would not know about it.
Yep.
All right. And the only reason why I know about this interview is because I spent a lot of times on Forbes's website watching their stuff. Because C-SPAN didn't carry this. There's been nothing on ABC, NBC, CBS, or CNN about this. It's been buried.
Well, I mean, it's
by everybody.
The one thing that I learned doing the news for as long as I did is that the darling of the left in regards to media and news in general is the New York Times. Whatever the New York Times reports gets echoed, shadowed, and spread by the rest of the liberal media in one way, shape, form, or fashion.
The Times and the Post.
The New York, the Time. No, the Post is actually mid to right leaning. The New York Times is liberal. That's why the New York Post got banned when they tried to bring the laptop debacle out for our dear boy Hunter.
Yes.
So
that's not the Post. All right, never mind.
You're talking about the Washington Post. WAPO, as a lot of people call them.
But anyway, go on. I'm sorry, Maddie.
So in that regards, you're not unless people do what you're doing, or and follow a particular site that they know covers things that otherwise won't get covered, or they're constantly on the website for Congress. They're not going to know any of the bills that are being passed unless the media deems it impactful and need to know for the rest of the masses. We're on a need to know basis, and a lot of us that watch TV, we know that means they don't think we need to know when we're the ones being governed.
But we need to know about who the Bachelor kissed and who he didn't kiss, and who the Bachelorette gave some oral loving to, and all this other good stuff. The bread and circuses is what the media gives us now instead of hard news.
Yep.
Yep. And I mean, I said this on another stream. It was on Pat's stream. There was a stand-up comedian years and years ago, a good 20 plus years ago, that proved it back then. And he stood on stage and he goes, I can show you how politically aware everybody is in this audience with 2 questions. Raise your hand if you can name for me every sitting justice on Capitol Hill. 2 people raised their hands. Okay? Now, raise your hands if you can tell me the name of the pig on Green Acres. And everybody raised their hand. And he said, I rest my case. And you know that proved his point that nobody. I mean, it's politics are either too infuriating to follow or too boring to dig into, unless you're going for that particular major. And then I pissed off somebody on campus when they told me that we were talking politics, and I said that's the only degree where BS stands for bullshit degree. And she goes, well, I'm majoring in political science. And I said, oh, I'm so sorry for you.
Well, see. Oh God, this is going to be. Look, Andrew Breitbart was correct when he said that politics is downstream from culture.
Yeah.
And Bill Whittle's favorite example of that is Shrimp, when I stop talking, you finish the sentence when I stop talking. Okay.
All right.
Look up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Exactly. Yes, it's Superman. That you get that guy doing his thing. I mean, it's true. Politics is downstream from culture, and that's why one of the problems we're going to make as people who love freedom. I'm sorry, one of the mistakes we're going to make. It's one of the problems we'll face, and one of the mistakes we'll make is in expecting existing infrastructures to change. They're not going to do it just because we get out there, hold up a sign, and shout. What we have to do is we have to compete with them. We're not going to change Hollywood, for example. We have to provide competition to Hollywood. We have to give the people of the United States something else to watch.
We've got a more immediate problem.
What's that?
Though. Well, I think we've got a more immediate problem.
We do.
And it was a problem that was in full view during the Trump administration. And it came out to the light and then got very quickly buried. And that was the government employees who said, yeah, we know Trump told us to do this, and we'll do it when we get around to it.
Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile, we're still going to go out and fundraise for the Democrats.
Yeah.
All right. And I mean, that's basically what was going on until we get our centralized bureaucracies in Washington, D.C. have gotten so big that it doesn't matter who gets put in at the head of that bureaucracy anymore.
Right.
Because that head of that bureaucracy is going to change out. My brother-in-law used to work for the Pentagon.
Oh, that's a snafu.
Okay. And him and I got talking one day, and he said, I asked him about, this was a change of presidents, and I asked him how things were going. He goes, we got about a year's worth of headaches, and then they'll learn to just leave us alone, let us do what we're supposed to do. For a year, they're going to try to micromanage us, and then they're just going to leave us alone because we'll manage to fight them off. That was from a guy who worked in the Pentagon.
Right.
Now, imagine State Department.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, State Department, Department of Housing, and Urban Development, right. Department of Education, which is unconstitutional as all hell.
Both of the NEAs.
The what?
Both of the NEAs.
National Endowment for the Arts and what else?
And National Education.
Oh yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but the thing is we've got so many people so ingrained in the bureaucracies.
We really do. It's why I think we need to shut down almost every federal law enforcement agency. We need to absolutely shut them down, take the top 10% of their people and fold that 10% into the U.S. Marshal Service. And we only need one federal law enforcement agency.
Yeah.
You know, get the Secret Service out from under the Department of the Treasury and just put them in charge of executive protection. That's it. Take their counterfeiting investigators and fold them into the U.S. Marshal Service. You know how much money that would save this country in people who just drive around and have lunch?
I mean, it's just the government's been full of redundancies since I mean, you have got departments that help other departments that overlap.
And then she cut out.
And then we lost her. All right, well, we'll go ahead and play some more of this guy.
Well, she'll be back up
Pushing
in a
to
second.
change things is
Things
hard.
doing. This bureau
And I
between
think it takes time to
19
social.
You there, Maddie? You're
Didn't mean
breaking
to
up. We
interrupt.
can't.
Yeah.
We're only
I
catching every other
Oh,
word.
the internet's acting up over here.
Ah, okay.
Sorry. How about now?
All right, now you sound
Yeah,
okay.
I'm gonna have to have my computer looked at because this thing is overheating like a MFR. Thank you for having me, but I think I'm gonna get off and let my laptop cool down for a little bit.
Okay, yeah,
right on.
Monkey was having the same problem with his
So-
yesterday. His was over.
Yeah, mine is. I'm gonna have to have mine looked at. I got mine upgraded and I got new RAM, but this thing's been overheating for a while, so I'm gonna have this looked at before it blows up on me.
Yeah, well, make certain they replace your heat sinks.
I will. Thank you for that, and thank you for having me. And hopefully, I can
All right,
hop
well,
on
you're-
this with you another day.
Okay.
Rock on, Maddie.
All right.
Okay.
It's nice having you on. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too.
All right.
Realize this and talk through it, but every one of my colleagues to a person would prefer to be in a world where when they go home to their district, they're having conversations that are supported by the majority of their colleagues.
No, they don't want to have.
God.
No, that's what they don't want. They don't want to talk to us.
That is the dumbest. Oh God. What he's saying here is that they want people who agree with whatever someone decides the modern dogma should be.
Exactly.
He's talking about what is essentially a religious purity test when the representatives go home. Screw you, pal.
I mean, I'll give you. I don't. I'm almost reluctant to tell the story. When I came into Congress by flipping a seat that had been Republican for 50 years. When I took over the office, the district office that was there had been lined with Kevlar walls because my predecessor was concerned about people coming in and attacking him. I mean, how horrible to have that fear. I've never had that fear.
That's because liberals and Democrats are
violent.
known for their violence. We've been doing it. We've been watching the Democratic violence, the liberal violence for the past 8 years.
Yep.
Remember, you want to talk, y'all want to make a big issue about what happened on January 6th, 2 years ago. What about the day Trump was sworn in, January
Yeah.
20th? All right. Buildings were set on fire. Cars were set on fire in protest of
And
Trump
even-
being sworn into office.
And even before then, the leftist militants were out and forced to shut down Milo Yiannopoulos at Berkeley, for example.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Exactly. Well, that's why I
and,
went back
that
8
other
years
guy,
instead of just 6.
Ben Shapiro as well.
Right. But, The left are violent.
Every time.
Your people, the people you say you represent, are violent people. You want to claim because us conservatives want to keep our guns. One of the reasons why when I walk out the door, I walk out my front door and I got on a pair of pants and not a pair of cutoffs. I've got my gun on my hip. I carry a 9mm and it's sitting there on my hip. All right. If I walk out the door and I'm wearing a pair of shorts, I've got a sling bag on. And guess what's inside my sling bag?
9mm.
My 9mm.
Let's see.
Okay.
Here's you want to know the funny part of all that is the left escalated to violence. Okay. The right didn't. The left escalated to violence.
Exactly.
Between and violence, property damage, et cetera, et cetera. It's all violence as far as I'm concerned.
It is violence.
And did the right come out with their rifles and pistols and firearms? No. The right came out with weapons that were less than lethal. I say less than lethal, but you can't take that stick and fire it full auto into a crowd. They came out with sticks and shields and pepper spray and things of that. They didn't even come out with fucking stun guns. They came out with sticks and shields and pepper spray. And then when the left tried to get violent on them, they kicked the left's ass.
The prime example here is remember when that BLM March group forced their ways into that gated community.
Yep.
And the husband and his idiot wife, the husband stood there with his AR platform, and his idiot wife had that handgun with the firing pin put in backwards.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, they don't want to let people know that when the Justice Department had that gun reassembled, told them to reassemble it correctly so it would fire.
Yep.
Because when they disassembled it, they realized the gun had been incapacitated. That husband wasn't a complete idiot. He knew his wife was and made the gun to where she was basically carrying around a 2-pound brick.
Yeah.
Because her gun would not fire. And good thing too, because she's an absolute idiot with that firearm. With that revolver. But who got arrested? Was it the people?
Well, no,
who
again,
broke down a gate into a gated community?
It's never the people who instigate the criminal act who get arrested anymore. They trespassed in a gated community. So they should be arrested. They instigated an illegal act. They are responsible for what follows, as far as I'm concerned.
And I tell you, somebody comes through my gate into my property that I don't invite. When I open the door, my 9mm in my hand.
Sounds about right.
Okay. And I'm about to get another. I've finally found a judge that I can get at a decent price. That judge is going to be mounted to my door. And it's going to be loaded with that 410.
But it's funny that, the state does this too. The state will send a minor in to purchase cigarettes. When the state does that, the state is initiating an illegal act. Why isn't the state being held accountable?
They do that. They do that to see if the vendor is upholding to his license requirements.
Show me in the Constitution where the state has the authority to license someone to engage in a contract between consenting parties.
All right, now we're going to be going down a rabbit hole. I don't want to.
I know it. I do that a lot. I'm sorry.
That is one hell of a rabbit hole. All right.
Hopefully I'll never have that fear in this line of work. But that's the kind of environment that's created when your route to power depends on opposing the majority will.
When the
Oh God.
no, you lying sack of shit. When your party is the party of violence. All right. Let's not forget Maxine Waters
Yeah.
standing there.
Promoting.
Don't give them any peace. You see them in a restaurant. You see them at a gas station. You see them getting ice cream. Tell them that they're not welcome here. Let's not forget Huckabee being kicked out of a restaurant because the people would refuse to serve her because she was causing problems. No, because she was a Republican working for Trump.
It gets a little weird because there is such a thing as free association. So I do kind of I'm on and off on that topic, to be honest.
Because
honestly, if Maxine Waters entered my restaurant, I wouldn't even wait to hear her speak. I'd point at her and say, "Get out." Now, if it was let's see, who's a Democrat? Let's say if it was Bill Maher. Because as far as I know, Bill Maher has never said anything like that the way Maxine Waters did.
No, he's never has.
Okay. So I would not, I would not,
I watched him a lot.
I would not throw him out on the basis of him being a Democrat. Absolutely not, because he didn't advocate violence the way Maxine Waters did.
Right.
So I wouldn't be doing it based on her being a Democrat.
You'd be doing it because you'd be in fear of your business being demolished by her actions.
No, I'd take if I kick her out, I have a greater risk of that happening because she'd send the BLM after me.
That's true too.
And she would. She would turn it into a racial issue because she has no foundation on which to stand.
But no, it's not a fear of the majority. It's the fear of the radicals on your side. The people who take and shoot people. I mean, when's the last time a liberal justice had somebody arrested outside their home with a firearm and who was attempting to kill that justice?
I got nothing.
I don't ever remember that happening. But there's been,
if it did, oh my God, would there be an uproar?
Okay.
The NFL would create a new color to put on a uniform for a month.
Well, Spittle, I've never been around rich people on drugs, so I don't know what they're like. Your Woods carries a Glock 20?
I can see that, Spitty.
That's not a bad firearm to carry. Well, Defender is a nice gun, Duck Dog. A Defender is a nice gun. It's just trying to find one here anymore. Judge or Defender is damn near impossible.
Someone should make a model called the Find Outinator.
Yes, really.
And so whether Republican or Democratic, I think all would agree that we are better off if we get this through. We just have to find a way to get it through.
Here it is. The Vanish holster, the world's most comfortable holster. One thing to know is you don't need a belt with the.
Since you might not have the support right now, is this about getting the package through Congress, or is this more about injecting this into the national debate, starting a conversation?
Oh, God.
Well, anything this ambitious, the first step is to start the conversation, of course. But I would point out that there's a big difference between Republican voters and elected Republicans. When I talk about 2/3 of the country being in favor of keeping the protections of Roe, 2/3 of the country is not Democratic, right? Those are.
And you're lying about 2/3 of the country being supportive of Roe.
Yep.
You're a lying sack of shit there, my friend.
Cite your source, fella.
Please, because I have yet to see any legitimate, what the hell are they called now? I hate gabapentin. Polling. I've yet to see any legitimate polling
There hasn't been legitimate polling in 100 years.
that has said 2/3 of the country supports Roe v. Wade
Because
on a national scale.
Here's the thing: to come up with that number, you have to disinclude the words Roe v. and Wade from the poll. In short, you have to ask a different question and ask it in a way that leads to a specific answer so that you can claim that it applies to Roe v. Wade.
Right.
It's
bullshit. Such as, do you support women's health?
Right, exactly. Abortion is not about women's health in over 99% of the cases.
Right.
Those are significant pieces of both parties. Assault weapons ban, campaign bans, these are not inherently partisan reasons. They're partisan in Washington. But I think it's important to understand that the agenda of the Republican Party or the
Democratic
Democratic
what partisan means? If there is one American who disagrees, it becomes a partisan issue. You hack. My God, what a moron.
Remember, only Republicans are partisan.
Clearly.
Only Republicans can be partisan on an issue.
Doesn't always mirror exactly to the agenda of those of us in Washington who represent those parties. And so I think if we're doing this well, it's about making sure that we have a government that is responsive to the majority of the American people, regardless of their political ideology.
Bullshit. Okay, look, when's the last time? And what I'm calling bullshit on is he's claiming that people in Washington represent the American people. That's an outright lie. Nobody maybe 3 people in Washington, D.C. represent the American people. The rest of you represent yourselves. Stop lying about it. You're not fooling anybody. You represent yourselves. If you represented the American people, you'd be able to tell me what 5 guarantees are in the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. You can't do that. I can tell you can't do that because look at your tie.
And I'm going to tell you this right now. All right. I wish I had you right in front of me there, Sean Casten. All right. Your job as an elected member of the House of Representatives is not to represent the American people. It is to represent the people who cast ballots in electing you. Your constituency, whether they voted for you or against you, those are the people you are elected to represent. No one else. Absolutely no one else on this planet are you elected out there to represent. You're there to represent, to look out for the best interests of the people in your district. Just as the people in the Senate are elected to represent and look out for the best interests of the people in the state that they are from. That's it. End of conversation. That's what you're there for. Not one goddamn thing else. You are not there. You're from Illinois. You should not give a damn about what represents me in the state of Florida, or somebody in California, or somebody in Maine. Your job is to look out for the interest of the people in Illinois. That includes their security, their border security. That includes making certain that they can put food on their table, that they've got jobs to go to earn money. That includes having the country safe. Nothing else. Your job is not to look out for the American people. Your job is to look out for the people in your district, and not one goddamn thing else.
You know what's really funny? because you brought up the border. It's been what, 2 years and some days since Jumpin' Jojo got into office, and they still haven't worked out an immigration policy. The Democrats. You know, President Trump told them, hey, write a law.
Yep.
And they didn't then when they had the majority in the House and Senate. They refuse to. They don't want to because they want to keep the issue an issue so that they can pander. Just like this guy's doing now.
Oh. 1 week out, no general conversation, humming lies. Yeah, you're right, spittle buggies. And why would? Yeah, let me ask this guy. You know, spittle buggy brings the point. Why are so many laws that you guys pass based on minority rights, based upon skin color, what dangles between their legs, and who they like to hug and kiss on?
Well, let's take it a step further. When's the last time we had a piece of legislation that didn't step on the rights of the American people in some way? Show it to me. Anyone? No, didn't think so. Certainly not this guy.
But am I wrong in what I just said here?
No.
About
No,
what
not
this
at all.
man's job is? They're conflating this into trying to make us into a centralized government.
Well, exactly.
But
And
everybody bowing to Washington, D.C. and kissing these people's asses, kissing their rings, licking their boots, begging for their attention. That's what this is all about. This is about giving the Democrats and Congress as the perpetual control over the Congress, perpetual control over the presidency, and everything that entails. Remember, these Democrats they're so mad that Trump was able to put 97 judges in office, that their primary goal was to put 101 judges in.
Yep.
Okay. And they pushed through the most radical judges they could find.
Every time.
All right. And they're still going, they still got 2 more years. They still got 2 more years to do it. Yeah, be a good zealot. You're right.
And what has been the response, not from lawmakers, from the American people? I know you just introduced this bill last week, but what have your constituents been saying?
So we're just starting
They've been
the
hiding it.
process. What I really, what I've found useful about the conversation, and let me come back to how I started. How many times has everybody said, including me, when I was first thinking about running for office, our government isn't working because it's not doing what the majority of the American people want. And we then come up with theories for why that is. Well, it's because they're all corrupt. It's because they spend all their time fundraising. It's because of gerrymandering. We have all these theories. And I'm not saying that there's not, some degree of truth, certainly with some members to maybe some of those theories. But what's been really helpful for me in this conversation is it's been a way to educate the American people, to get them to understand that it is one thing to elect good people of sterling moral character. It is something else to make sure that the institution that they work in is responsive to what you want as a voter. And if we know that those institutions are by their design frustrating the will of the voters, then this is a chance to fix the conversation, and I think to elevate the conversation a little bit.
He is advocating here, to make no mistake of this, he's advocating for mob rule.
Yep.
And the problem is he's only doing this because it's the mob that he likes.
Exactly.
It's not the mob he don't like. It's the mob that he likes that he's advocating for their rule and trying to do everything he can to ensure that his mob has control. Yeah, you're right, Duck Dog. He did just say he was a lazy piece of shit.
Yep.
And I think, certainly the folks that I've had the privilege to talk to about this back home have really appreciated that perspective, to realize that we all have some agency in fixing this, right? Not just who we elect, but also if we care about this government, let's not only preserve it, but
Did you
improve it.
notice that?
Of course. And
I'm
Did you
sorry,
notice-
what's that?
Did you notice what he said there? If you care about this government, screw you, buddy. The government isn't the United States of America. Okay, I care about the United States of America. Our government can go to hell, quite frankly.
I'd be happier if most of them did.
It's a friggin' mess. We need to hire either someone who specializes in crime scene cleaning or in enemas. Either way, we got to get the blood and shit out of the carpet. And quite frankly, Caston, it's people like you that need to go. And again, I'm not saying if you don't like America, get out. I'm saying if you don't like America, let us help you leave. We'd be happy. I bet you anything that we could get crowdfunding campaigns set up for like Whoopi Goldberg to finally make her way to Canada. If she went out on the west side, I might capsize the continent or something. I don't know. She's put on so much weight. But that's another story.
Yep.
God.
I am so disgusted at this.
And this,
Yeah.
obviously, as we've been talking, has the potential to upend the physics of politics. Do you think you have an advantage here, not being a lifelong politician, coming in with these more fresh eyes than someone who is a career politician to see, this is an unprecedented move, but I think it could work?
Well, it's flattering of you to say that. Some would say naive, some say fresh eyes. But I think coming
eyes is
into
the last
politics
thing you
late in life, as I did, it makes you realize what an amazing blessing it is to have this job. I mean, I pinch myself that I'm sitting here talking to you in the Capitol, that I have the same job that Abraham Lincoln had, that John F. Kennedy had.
Oh,
and the only
God, don't.
question is, like, during whatever.
I have never seen someone try so hard to suck their own dick. He's going to wind up as a story in a Kevin Smith movie. My God.
Oh.
Now, I'm not saying that Kennedy or Lincoln were right in everything they did, but they became historical figures. And this guy is never going to attain that. Not if I have anything to say about it. Maybe if he goes to Argentina with the rest of the Nazis. Jesus.
Brief time I had this job, did I make it better? Did I leave the campsite in a better position than I found it? And I think, if I had spent all my career in politics, maybe it wouldn't feel so special. I don't know. But as it is, it certainly feels very special. And I feel a certain obligation to say, if you have the power to fix the institution and you see a place where it's broken, you have an obligation to fix, right? Not just an opportunity, but an obligation.
Good call, Sean.
This guy, he thinks our government is broken. So what's he want to do?
Destroy.
He wants to continue destroying it to rebuild it in a way that benefits him and his party.
Yeah,
Our government, our Constitution is not broken.
No, it's ignored.
Our Constitution is not broken. What is broken is the adherence to the Constitution. I would love to see, when these people get sworn into office, they put their hands on a Bible or a Torah or whatever. All right. I'd love to see them have to put their hands on the Constitution.
Indeed.
Instead. and swear on that Constitution, that document, that they are going to uphold the tenets of that document. And if I would be willing to exchange the morning Pledge of Allegiance and the morning prayer that they use for opening the sessions of Congress every day to a reading of the Constitution.
Or at least just
Down
the
through
Bill of Rights.
Down through the okay, yeah, just read the first 10 amendments. Let us read the first 10 amendments every day and say, these are what our core beliefs are supposed to be.
Yep. These
right.
are the lines you do not cross.
I would love to see the Constitution. I would love to see the outlines of the Constitution as applied to each individual house and to the presidency and to the Supreme Court, enlarged and emboldened and nailed to the walls of every office,
Or to
as
the
to
desk.
what their jobs are.
To the desk of everyone who works there.
Your job as a member of the House is this. Your job as a member of the Senate is this. Your job as the president is this.
Yep.
No more, no less, and no more. And have that right next to the first 10 amendments.
Yep.
And if they can adhere to those two documents, those two portions of the Constitution, I'd be a happy man. I don't care which party they're from. Because if they adhered to that document, it'd be hard to quibble with any of them sitting up there.
Yep.
But the problem is these people gotten up there and they've gotten so power hungry. And they're so used to having the special privileges. Now, I've said this before, I am not for term limits.
Neither am I.
I'm not. You should have the right to vote for whoever the hell you want to vote for, as long as they fulfill the basic requirements of the job, as outlined by law and in the Constitution.
That has long been my assertion as well. I think term limits are the wrong solution.
Term limits are absolutely the wrong solution.
I prefer consequences. Because I guess, I don't know, maybe I'm a prick.
I would rather see people impeached. I would like to see I would love to see it. See in the Senate, back when the senators were appointed by the states, by the state legislature, nominated by the governors, and voted on by the state legislature. The governor or the state legislature could pull them back and say, no, you're not doing the job we sent you there to do. You're no longer our senator.
Right.
There were consequences to what they did.
Oh, God,
and
yes.
that is why they changed the Constitution and amended it.
Absolutely, it is.
That's why they did it. Because that way, there were no consequences for misbehaving. So,
Where is it? Maybe it was the last one. Oh, yeah, here it is. We wrote an amendment for that, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
For something to take the place of the term limits idea. We call it the Violations of the Oath of Office Amendment. And again, 4 sections. They're each pretty short. Section 1, any and all legal entities that receive wages or grants derived from funds raised via taxation, are hereby required to take an oath of public trust or profit to include the phrase to uphold and defend the U.S. Constitution of the United States of America against all threats, foreign and domestic. Right, like I said, right down to the school janitor, all the way up to president. Right. Section 2, any violations of the oath of public trust or profit and any violations of any oath of office shall be a civil infraction on the part of the initiating party or parties, and in relevant cases, the legal entities on whose behalf such actions were initiated. Congressman violates the oath of office. They do it on behalf of Pfizer. Pfizer is implicated as well. For example, Section 3, such action or actions shall result in the forfeiture of said wages or grants in perpetuity, meaning whoever, if you're found guilty, you don't get to collect money from the United States any longer, and no transfer of liability shall be applied. Criminal charges may be applied based upon the severity and nature of the violations, and those found guilty shall be removed from office, nor shall they be eligible again to hold an office of public trust or profit. And Section 4, this amendment shall apply to all offices and appointments in all jurisdictions and to all recipients of wages or grants derived from funds raised via taxation. We weren't fucking around, okay? We wanted to make sure that anyone responsible for committing a crime against the people of the United States, against the Constitution of the United States, was held accountable. So we and it's not easy to do, to write that stuff and to put it into such succinct language. That's not easy. That's actually really hard. I mean, we could say everyone's a dick. We could have written that, but it's,
yeah.
But it's got to carry weight.
I want to have to, you've got my email.
I've already emailed
it both in private chat and public chat. All right. You're going to have to send me a copy of that in PDF.
It's already done.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell you this.
There it is. Yep, I see it.
It starts off with the Constitution. I mean, sure, there's an acknowledgement kind of thing in the front of the book. But it starts off with the Constitution, and then it goes through all the amendments that we wrote. And some of them we've actually changed our mind on since we wrote it, because we've had discussions with people about it, and they gave us some good input. So, by all means, argue with me on it, because my God, I need my ideas challenged.
Spell Buggies, brings up a good point. These people, and it's both sides of the aisle, but primarily we hear it from the Democrats. Protect our democracy. Protect our democracy. And the problem is even our media. All right. Very few people are standing up to these guys and saying, we're not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic.
It's hilarious. It's like when they say bipartisan or both parties. They say, save our democracy, protect our democracy. And they're doing it to reinforce the idea in your head, in my head, that America is a democratic institution. It's not.
No,
there are 2 or 3 democratic processes, but that's it.
Now, we are a democracy at the lowest possible level.
Right.
At your state level, we are a democracy.
Hiring the school janitor.
Hiring the school, all the way up to hiring your governor. We are a democracy. Yep. Whoever gets the most votes wins. But as a nation, we are a constitutional republic.
Yep.
And it was purposely designed that way to keep what so offends this guy, the larger states, from being able to steamroll over the smaller states.
Well, and again,
to stop the mob rule. And that is what so much offends this guy, is the Constitution was written in such a way to stop, to prevent from happening what he and other Democrats want to happen.
Right. It's called the Supremacy Clause. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Whatever, sure,
Right.
a state might have more votes in the not the Senate, in the House, but so what? That doesn't mean that state gets to violate the Supremacy Clause and start infringing on the rights of people in another state. You're right, Green Badger. And I like the quote too.
Okay. Oh, good. My Amazon package was just delivered.
Oh, groovy.
Yay. Okay, what Badger just put in. Democracy have been talking about personal security and the rights of property in the general have been short lives as they have been violent in their death. Yep. That's 100% right. Remember, most of our founding fathers were under the age of 40. Most of them.
Yep.
You didn't have a lot of Ben Franklins.
No.
Because people just normally didn't live that long.
Right.
To live to the age of Ben Franklin was more of a rarity than a surety. Dead at 50 was common.
Oh, yeah. And that was considered a full life.
Yeah. And here I am, 63 years old. I mean, I would be considered an elder in any city or village back then. So would you at 53. Because we'd lived past the normal lifespan.
Yeah.
Of these people, the average lifespan. So for such a group of young men, okay, they put together one hell of a document that has withstood the test of time.
Well, yeah, and they didn't do it. They didn't undertake the task lightly. Now, when Arthur and I wrote the book, I've already said this, but man, we went back and forth trying to figure out because some of our amendments are way shorter than the ones I've read, but we went back and forth and tried to hammer out the details. And okay, well, what if this? Okay, then we got to address that somewhere in this too, without taking up a whole new paragraph of writing, and it's a difficult thing to do. And that's just two of us operating in different states with the internet.
Right.
And it took us months of work to hammer out all these details, let alone figure out what we wanted our amendments to cover.
I tell you, and the thing that pisses me off more than anything is the intentional misrepresentation and lies about what's in the Constitution.
Oh, no kidding.
The biggest one being the 3/5 compromise.
Yes.
The intentional lies when it comes to that. Green Badger, you're exactly right. And Spell Buggies, you are too. These people, our founders hated the idea of a pure democracy.
Absolutely.
They were afraid of the idea of pure democracy because that is nothing more than mob rule.
Well, pure democracy is nothing more than
two wolves in a sheep voting on what's for lunch.
Well, it's a grift. It's pure democracy, just like any other anti-tyranny idea, is just a way to funnel money from one sector to another. Money and power or whatever. But going back to what I was saying about how much toiling Arthur and I did to get that shit right in the way we wrote it, that's 2 guys in separate states with an internet. Imagine 13 people in different states without an internet who have to rely on a letter not getting lost through the muddy trails from state to state.
And meeting in Philadelphia
Right.
to hammer this stuff out by hand.
Exactly.
Discussions.
And,
You know,
hey, I get to type. It's not a major difference, but it's a big one.
Yep.
And it's easier if you can type it.
All right, let's do the last 3 minutes here.
Yeah.
And I hope that, I hope people see it that way. And I hope that all my colleagues see and treat this job as the privilege and the responsibility that it is.
And perhaps in modern history, you are the first
your tongue
sitting
out of my
member of
ass.
Congress to enact this type of reform. So why do you think this?
Okay, woman, he is proposing a reform. He is not enacting it.
Right.
You get your words right.
Well, again,
she is making this sound as if it's a done deal.
well,
And it's not.
that's part of the game. That in part that's because she's uneducated, but also it's because if they can use the media as a tool to convince everyone that it already is a done deal, well, that's going to decrease the number of people who argue against it, isn't it?
Yep.
But sorry, here we are.
Is such an unprecedented move. Why are you the first to do it?
Well, to be fair, there have been proposals in the past to expand the House.
Did she just
I'm
ask?
not aware of proposals to expand.
Can you do her question again? Something didn't sound right.
Unprecedented move. Why are you
Back
the first
further.
to
Back
do
further.
it?
Not just an opportunity, but an obligation. And I hope that I hope people see it that way, and I hope that all my colleagues see and treat this job as the privilege and the responsibility that it is.
And perhaps in modern history, you are the first sitting member of Congress to enact this type of reform. So why do you think this is such an unprecedented move? Why are you the first to do it?
Oh, okay. I misheard her question.
Okay.
Well, to be fair, there have been proposals in the past to expand the House. I'm not aware of proposals to expand the Senate, but I wouldn't want to say that limits what it is. The other proposal we have to change some of the authority of the Supreme Court, there's a lot of pushback on there. So I think, what we're talking about fixing is lots of people have tried to address these problems in other ways. And, and these solutions all fit together and interlock in various fashions. But I wouldn't say I'm the first to try to make this place better. I mean, we have amended our Constitution some 29 times at this point, right? So this is just one more time in a long series of improvements.
I meant specifically with the Senate, you're the first that I have found to expand the Senate. So why do you think you're ready to just make a constitutional amendment where other people have never gone through with this idea if they've had it?
I would be speculating if I said that. I think there is certainly, one of the jokes here in the House is that every member of the House thinks that someday they'll be a member of the Senate, and every member of the Senate thinks that one day they'll be president. And it is possible that maybe a lot of my colleagues were reluctant to criticize an institution that they'd like to join someday. But
Okay, I have got to stop him here. Once again, he is not come up on this on his own. He did not come up with this without the blessings of Dick Durbin and
Right.
Duckworth. All right.
And
Way
Moderna.
back at the very beginning of this interview, he kept saying, we. He sounded like a damn Frenchman or a piglet. We.
All the way home.
Okay. And he is just the face to put this out because he's not well known outside of Illinois. And I don't even know if he's well known within the state. Because there's
I've never
members
heard
of
of
the
him.
House here in Florida that I've never heard of because they're not well known. And they may have been there. I don't even know how long they've been in office. They may have been there for 12 years. But they're not well known. I mean, Matt Gaetz has, in his short term in the House, become a national figure.
Oh, incidentally, he said the Constitution had been amended 29
times is what
it's
he said.
actually been amended 17 times. And I know everyone's going to say, but there are 27 amendments. Yeah, that's because the first 10 were amended in one fell swoop. And I'm going to recheck my count.
So anyway,
Yeah, 17.
Actually, have you ever read the first 13? The original 13 suggested amendments that got narrowed down.
I'm
to
sure
the
I
10?
have. I have, yes, but
There's anyway. That's a discussion for another day, one day.
indeed.
But anyway, he is not anything special here. He just got handpicked, or he went up there and kissed enough ass to become the face of these resolutions. All right. He probably played a fairly minor role in the drafting of these bills, of these resolutions, and he's just the mouthpiece. Because Dick Durbin knows, Dick Durbin knows better, to put his face out there.
You know what it is?
On these.
Sean was picked last in something in the Democrat Party. He was picked last, and we got to give him something to do. Well, look, we got this bunch of shit that's never going to pass. So let's let him smile and try to put it into the public consciousness and see what happens.
Yeah, I normally don't. I don't normally, comment on people's looks or their smiles or stuff like that, because none of us can help the way we look for the most part.
Well, see, I will, but only if I have a solid argument.
But this guy's smile is just so damn creepy.
It's greasy.
He reminds me of a used car salesman that's hovering over top of you, waiting for you to sign on the dotted line.
Yeah, he's like I think he's like a used car salesman who has no concept of personal space. He really is. He's hovering, hoping that someday someone will buy something from him. He's not even a good salesman.
Spittle Buggies, he's the prettiest one of the bunch. And Sean's from Illinois, and Dickhead Durbin, Rodney. Well, now you're Duckworth. Okay, I'm not going to repeat that, Sean, but yeah, you could be right about that.
That would be my. It's the best theory I've got. Put it that way.
Got it. And what's next for your legislation? Is this a top priority for you?
Yeah. So we've literally introduced them a week ago. We've
see, there he goes again with the we.
Yep.
Okay.
That someday they'll be a member of the Senate, and every member of the Senate thinks that one day they'll be president. And it is possible that maybe a lot of my colleagues were reluctant to criticize an institution that they'd like to join someday. But that would be my. It's the best theory I've got. Put it that way.
Got it. And what's next for your legislation? Is this a top priority for you?
Yeah. So we've literally introduced them a week ago. We've given a floor speech, starting to talk to getting some other members on board with co-sponsoring. Mechanically, of course, the way things work around here is you'd have to get them referred to a committee and pass through. Realistically, I think the current Republican leadership in the House is probably less likely to bring these forward, but we'll have those conversations, with the friends where we can. But I think right now it's about elevating the conversation, getting people to understand why our government works the way it does and how we can improve it. And the sooner that happens, the sooner we have sort of other degrees of freedom to try to move this into binding legislation.
Congressman, I really appreciate you hopping on here today, breaking.
All right. Okay.
You know what? If two assholes on the internet, I'm talking about you and I now, surprisingly. What happened? Oh, there you are. Did you glitch out?
Yeah, I accidentally hit the wrong button.
Oh, okay. I'll start over. if two assholes on the internet, you and I,
Yep.
can debunk almost every word of his, I mean, that's pathetic. Okay. We're not professionals, as far as I
No.
know. I'm not.
I'm
not a
not.
professional politician. I'm not a professional. I co-wrote a book. That doesn't make me a professional author. I'm not
I've been screaming into microphones and on the internet since 1984.
right.
That's all. I'm a I started this particular channel, with the old man shaking his fist and yelling at the sky.
Get off my lawn.
Okay. In 1984, when I got back from Germany, and I bought a Commodore 64.
Oh my God.
With a 33 and a 33.6 baud modem.
No one knows what those words mean anymore.
Okay.
Don't you love me feeling old?
Well, that wasn't even my first computer.
Right.
My first computer was a Trash 80 that used.
Oh my God, from Radio Shack.
That used a cassette player for a storage device.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, I've been on bulletin boards. I've been on dial-ups. I've been talking politics since 1984 on the internet. I'm using quotation marks here.
Right.
Okay.
Because the internet then was a different beast.
A lot of dial-up boards and such. Yeah, it's a Trash 80. Yep, you're right, Token. All right, but I've been doing this for a long time. I used to, and 1984, 85, 86. I let a lot. I get a lot more riled up at the personal attacks.
Right.
Until I learned pixels on a screen can't hurt you.
Yep.
Okay. It took me a while to learn that lesson. Pixels on the screen can't hurt you. But one thing that all this has done, though, is taught me that the arguments that I put forth back then are the same arguments for the most part that I'm putting forward now. And it's not that my arguments have changed.
Well,
because when you base your arguments on the Constitution, your arguments aren't going to change.
No, they're sound and they're solid and they've got a good foundation.
But what is going to change are the idiots and how they're attempting to destroy the Constitution.
Yep.
And trying to rein them back in is a constant struggle. If I can, I will never, at one time I had the opportunity, but because of still being active duty, I had to turn it down.
Yep.
And that was after going to legal office and discussing it with legal. I had the opportunity, and this was before, at that time frame, if you were active duty military, you could not express opinions in public.
Yep.
All right. Not like they can today. I mean, you go to TikTok and you see them in uniform saying stuff that, you didn't even get on in uniform. You didn't even let people know what branch. All you could say is, yeah, I'm active duty. And that was the end of it. And God forbid you put you even came close to letting somebody think that, if anything, or letting somebody twist what you said into being an official representation of the U.S. military in any way, shape, and or form. That was a court-martial offense.
Yes.
All right. It wasn't Article 15. It was court-martial. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Quite unlike today. But anyway. So I've been shaking my fist at the sky for a lot of years here. And unfortunately, the arguments that I'm getting into, the discussions I'm getting into with these people, they're even more that they're on the other side are even more extreme than what they were back in 84.
Oh God, yes. I mean, back in 84, it wasn't quite to the marriage stage yet, but it was like, let gays be gay. Yeah, there's an AIDS, but let gays be gay. Gay doesn't equal AIDS necessarily.
Right.
That was the thing in 84. But now, and again, I'm not saying this about gays. I'm saying this about the activists who claim to represent the gay people. People who use words like gay community, those are activists.
Mm-hmm.
But
or they use that LGB alphabet soup mess.
Well, yeah, but my point being that you can usually tell that if you think gays are a single community, you're an activist. I mean, because they're not. Yeah. They're individuals like the rest of us.
Okay.
But
okay, go ahead.
Well, but nowadays it's not enough to just say, okay, I don't care if you're gay. That's the best you can hope for, by the way, in a truly just society, is for people to not care if you're gay, for example. But now it's insisted upon. You must respect the gay. You must participate in the gay if the gay wants you to participate in the gay. Otherwise, you're anti-gay for some reason.
I just threw up on the screen here. This is the resolution, the House Joint Resolution that he's pushing. This is only 1/3 of it.
Of course.
Okay, this is the part that calls for the constitutional amendment, which is the 12 at-large senators.
Never going to get it.
All right. Proposing an amendment to the Constitution of the United States, providing the Senate is made more representative by adding 12 senators to be elected nationwide through ranked choice voting, providing for 12 electors at large for president and vice president, who shall cast their ballots in the respective winners of the national popular vote. See, it's not enough.
No, they don't even want them to act as electors in an electoral college. They want them to cast ballots for respective winners. What's the point then? What's the point of voting if you can only vote for someone who's already won?
Whoever won the popular vote.
Right.
So this is nothing more than, because the last two elections in which the winner of the popular vote did not win the electoral vote, were both Democrats. Therefore, let's give 12 more votes to the Democrat. That's what this is about. That is what this is about. That pure and simple end of conversation. It is nothing more than that, getting 12 more votes for a Democrat.
Pretty much.
And just to be, I put it in there once, but I'll put it in there again right now. I'm putting this down into the chat. This is the link to the resolution. Now it's 5 pages. I'll skip through the whereas and this, resolved and all this other crap. All right. Section 1. In addition, the senators from each of the several states, the Senate of the United States shall be composed of 12 senators at large, who shall be elected by the people of the United States for 6 years. And each senator at large shall have 1 vote. Senators at large shall meet the same age and citizenship requirements as senators from each of the several states. Section 2. Senators at large shall be elected using a nationwide of ranked choice voting, under which each eligible elector may rank the candidates for office in the order of the elector's preference. Each elector's ranking shall hold equal weight in the determination of the winning of candidates. So what you do is you go in, you've got 5 names. You number them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 2, 1, 8, whatever. All right. This is my first choice, second choice, third choice, fourth, fifth, and sixth. And when it comes, so Nobody gets, and when you have something like that, nobody's going to get 51% or 50 plus one, 50% plus one vote. Nobody, it's not going to happen. So those top two on both sides get thrown out.
Yep.
Okay. And all those votes then get thrown down to the next two names. On the list.
You know, this just, oh God, this just makes me I don't know who said it, but it was you have to count the votes to know how many votes you need to win.
Right.
That's what this sounds like to me.
And and again, once again though, as somebody once infamously said, it's the person who counts the vote that matters. That
Yep.
How the people vote don't matter. It's the person who counts the votes that matters.
Exactly. But that's why I don't want electronic voting. Why do we need a voting machine that has a full Windows operating system and is internet capable? Why do we need a voting machine that can download porn? Horseshit. Horseshit.
Yeah.
All we need is a lever and a punch card.
Okay.
If you can't figure out how to make that work and how to count it, you need to be out of government and probably locked in your home.
I actually like the way they vote in my town, in my county here. We get that big 19-inch ballot.
Yeah.
And you fill in the circles, and it's fed into
Scantron.
a machine, and then it's scanned. And then what they do in our county here is in every, I think it's like 5% vote difference or less, then each ballot is hand counted.
Yeah.
Okay. So each paper ballot is hand counted. There is no electron. You don't walk up and push a button on a screen and have it light up for your candidate, but your vote actually goes to the other candidate. That don't happen here.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. I want that, there should be a requirement that for federal elections, presidential elections,
No,
that
any
there
election.
be paper. Well, the federal government can only mandate federal elections.
Oh, true.
Okay.
Unless
So
we amend the
for all
Constitution.
federal offices, there must be a paper ballot. Now, I could, for all federal office elections, there must be a paper ballot. Now, that's going to trickle down and say, okay, well, if I got to pay for a paper ballot for president, vice president, senator, and House member, then might as well go ahead and put everybody else on that same paper ballot. That's going to de facto force everybody into going paper ballots and get rid of the electronic voting machines. But such as that. All right. Back to this. Seats of the senators at large shall be divided equally among the three classes of Senate seats. So 1/3 is chosen every second year. Except as provided in Section 4 of this article, all candidates shall appear on a single ballot, with the number of winning candidates being equal to the number of seats of senators at large then up for election. The first election of senators at large shall occur no later than the second regularly scheduled general election for federal office following the date of ratification of this article. Section 3. An eligible elector shall include any United States citizen who's 18 or older, registered to vote by the deadline, state of residence, and otherwise meets the eligibility requirements set by the citizen states of residence for voting general election for federal office. All right. There's a huge push. To allow illegals and non-citizens to vote.
Yep.
All right. I've covered this a couple of times on this stream. I've gone over all the cities and states that allow non-citizens to vote. And the reason why they do that and the reason why they get away with it is because the state has never set a law forbidding non-citizens to vote. Now, growing up, it had always been an assumption that you had to be a citizen to vote in this country. It's only been in the last 20, 30 years that there's been this idea that non-citizens can vote simply because they live here and they're affected by the laws. It started off with letting them vote for your school board because their kids attended your school, or vote for your city mayor or for your local councilman. That's how this started. Letting them vote in these small races, very basic races. And that, well, if we let them vote for the dog catcher, why not let them vote for the councilman? Well, if we let them vote for the councilman, why not let them vote for the mayor? Well, we let them vote for the mayor, so let's let them vote for the state legislature, for their representative to the state legislature. Well, we let them vote for the representative to the state legislature. Let's let them vote for the governor. You see how that tree grew from
Absolutely.
letting them vote for the local dog catcher or the local school board superintendent or school board because their kid attends that school. And now there's a push to allow them to vote for federal offices. Unfortunately, there is the citizenship requirements at federal level. But that doesn't mean that it's going to last.
Right.
All right. Section 4, within 30 days of the seat of a senator at large becoming vacant, the president shall fill that vacancy. The president shall fill that vacancy by appointing a senator at large of the same political party as the party incumbent. If the seat is not up for election at the next regularly scheduled general election, a special election shall be held. Section 5, the election of senators at large shall be administered by each of the several states. Each state shall submit all ballots cast within its jurisdiction to such federal entity as Congress shall by law provide, which shall collect and count the ballots and announce the winners. So this,
how many sections does this shit need? See, here's my issue.
This is the last of it. Well, I got 2 more sections, 3 more.
Well, see, here's my thing. The longer an amendment to the Constitution is, the more screwed over the people of the United States are getting.
Right.
That's my theory.
References to this article in the states and electors shall apply in the same manner the United States territories and electors thereof. So the territories get to vote for a voting member. The territories, they vote for delegates to the House and Senate.
Mm-hmm.
They're non-voting members.
Right.
Delegates from Puerto Rico don't get to vote.
Correct.
All right. But Puerto Rico, I'm just using them as an example here because this one that popped to mind. They're according to this bill, they get to vote for that senator at large who does have a vote. See how this is? Well, if we're letting them vote for the senator at large, why not give them a senator? Why not give them a House member?
Exactly.
Why not let their delegate actually cast a vote? See how this corruption works? And that's exactly what
Yes.
this is. This is a corruption of our Constitution.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. Hopefully there are enough Americans that this will be stopped in its tracks. I don't think it'll get very far, to be honest.
Well, I don't see it honestly under. It's like I've said that anything this House passes ain't going to get to the Senate. I don't think the House will even bring this. I don't think this will see the light of day in the House.
Right.
All right, not under McCarthy.
It's too short. It's too
right.
short for Congress to vote on it
So
before reading it.
yeah, I don't think McCarthy and would bring this up, and this would probably have to go through the judiciary, and I damn sure don't think Jordan would let this
No.
come up for a vote within his committees. So, but that aside, the mere fact that this is out there and been out there and, pulled off the planning stage, off the dream list, that wet dream list that the Democrats have, put to paper and put in the congressional record. Think about it. This is in the congressional record today now.
Yep.
All right. The mere fact that this is in the congressional record, something that's never been done in 200 and some odd years, should be scary.
It really should.
But
I mean, the fact that anyone in this country is allowed to hold office who has views like this, and I'm not saying that there's not room for debate. I'm saying that in America, tyranny is illegal. And this guy's promoting tyranny. He's advocating for tyranny to become part of the foundation of this nation.
exactly.
And
And
he should
see,
not be in office. That's
big-
reason to get someone out of office. If we can't prosecute them out, then we should be damn well voting them out.
And see, the thing that scares me here,
Sorry.
one of the terms that get used quite a bit, to describe American people, I think plays here. The sheeple.
Oh yeah.
We've got enough people in this country who are, thanks to the lack of education by our schooling system, thanks to the hey Becca, good morning. Thanks to the twisted history taught by a lot of our so-called educators, that a lot of people's going to look at this and say, well, this is a good idea. It should have been that way all along. And we will have teachers teach this as a good idea.
Of course we will. Again,
And
tyrants.
they will twist and pervert the minds of their students, our children, into thinking this is a good idea. And in 15, 20 years, this will actually come through. This is not going to happen in the next 5 years.
No.
There's no way. But just like they're still pushing the ERA,
Which is just
which, and just as a large group of Democrats are still pushing the ERA, they will push on this for the next 50 years if they have to.
in 5 years they're going to start demanding to abolish slavery again. Because then the reason they'll do it is because they don't know that it already has been. Unless you consider the transfer of slavery to a different institution, but whatever.
Yeah, spill buggies, you're good now. Building with sand instead of concrete.
Pretty much.
The problem is what they're doing is they're undermining the walls around the Constitution. To carry your analogy a little bit further, they're undermining the walls. They're bringing in the sappers.
Well, should it fall, I hope it falls on them
Mm,
in a very loud and proficient military manner.
yes.
Why? Because I'm a prick. Honestly, I am. I'm a prick. I do not like tyranny. I do not like tyrants. I don't care who the victim is. I don't care who the perpetrator is. If you're engaging in a tyranny, I'm happy to stop you.
Becca, we both Mitch and I have agreed with that statement. We both said that. But see, the problem is, excuse me, the problem is there are no Democrats who are going to stand up against this.
Nope.
Not a single Democrat will stand up against this idea. So that means you by default have to vote for a Republican.
And that's not necessarily a good thing either, because
And that's
John
not
McCain,
exactly. I mean, you get people like John McCain, you get people like
Romney,
well, not just Romney, but
McConnell.
Kinzinger.
Yeah.
And
Who's that other guy? The guy, Lindsey Graham. That asshole too.
the vice president's daughter.
Oh,
What's her name?
Oh, God.
Sitting up there on the January 6th committee.
Yeah.
Like she's some,
like she's somebody. Liz
Cheney.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
Becca. Eye Patch McCain, Crenshaw.
Right.
That freaking
I tell you, I used to, I should have listened to Becca because she was against Crenshaw from the beginning, and I liked him at first.
Oh, that's how they get you.
And I should have listened to you, Becca. I've told you that before. I should have listened to you about him. But this is how, we get to this frickin' one-party rule, because you can't vote for anybody in one party because that entire party stands for something like this. So you're only off. You've only got two other options. All right. Vote for the other major party, or vote third party, third, fourth, or fifth party.
Yep. Or
And
create a system where we don't need a party at all. So you're basically stuck voting for the candidate. But again, there's something there that doesn't align with the concept of free association, isn't there?
Yep.
So that's it's a weird line to draw. But some solutions don't have to be legislative. Some can be cultural. What we have to do, I think, is kind of start building a culture that recognizes that political parties are a poison pill and are essentially bad for, bad for a population. But the downside is that the political parties will still exist. They'll just go underground and we won't see what they're doing. So, that's a big conversation to have.
Okay. Becca, I'm going to put this, I don't know how long you've been with this. Okay. What started this 3.5 hour stream.
Oh God, it has been that long, hasn't it?
Yep. Is this video. I just posted a link to it. All right. This House Member Representative out of Illinois. Basically tearing up the Constitution, throwing it away.
Yep.
The not the amendments, the Constitution itself. Rewriting the Constitution. I highly recommend everybody that's put up with this stream. We stopped that video at least 25, 30 times in that 21-minute video. It's only 21 minutes. And it took us over an hour and a half to cover. Well, no, it took us 2 hours, almost 3 hours to cover just the video itself.
Yep.
So watch that video. Listen to them. And listen to what this snake oil salesman is passing out.
Oh,
And
yeah.
remember, he says we a hell of a lot. We wrote this. We designed this. We did this. We thought of this. And then what part really scared me and really bothered me is when he said, we went to high people in the government. So these aren't elected officials. He went to bureaucrats
Yep.
to help write these amendments to the Constitution. That changes how we elect everything. Adding at least 135 more voices to the House of Representatives. Adding 12 more senators at large. If you can't see the air quotes, you're blind. All right. Redoing the electoral college system. All but throwing it out the window. So no, this is, they keep saying that January 6th was an attempted coup. No, this is the attempted coup.
Right.
This is truly the attempted coup right here. Because there's no way in hell, if any of these get through, will there ever be anything but the liberal Democrats in charge of the federal government again? And you can kiss the 50 sovereign states of this country goodbye. Because you will not have a sovereign state with the right to determine what happens within its own borders.
Nope. Well, see, here's the problem is, in part, that we want to vote and then let that solution solve all the problems. It's not going to work that way. The solution is not going to be an overnight operation. Don't look for it. It's not going to happen that way.
No,
we
it's
have
not.
to be prepared for a solution to take a long time because there's a lot of shit to fix. For one, destroying all the anti-American bureaucracies in the United States government. Reversing the effects of all of the bad policies we see in places like Chicago.
Oh yeah.
That stuff doesn't fix overnight. Now, maybe this is a problem with, this is one of the reasons I like President Trump, is because he came in, he shook shit up, and he was a honest to God outsider. Democrat or Republican didn't matter as much to me as outsider, to be honest. But
well, he was a Democrat who knew he couldn't get elected by Democrats, so he became a Republican.
right. But the thing that the news media, the Democrats and the Republicans still don't understand is that he was a protest vote, because Americans are tired of the shit the way it goes on regularly.
Mm-hmm.
But it's one of the reasons we have to start, like Becca says, at the local level with the city government, the schools, and et cetera, and county, and up and up and up. And we cannot let ourselves fall into the trap of thinking that once we've done that, the problem goes away. It doesn't. We have decades of consequences we have to face to get our country back on track.
Right.
That doesn't mean we're not going to make progress in that time. It means that it's going to take time to pay down the debt. It's going to take time to it's going to take time and several fucking elections to get all the Republicans out of the Republican Party and put Americans in their place, and then to do the same with the Democrat Party.
Well, that'll never happen with the Democratic Party. I honestly don't think it will.
Well, no, see, because here's the thing, man. This goes back to getting the school boards and educate. I say re-educating, which I shouldn't. It's bad. Bad optics to use the word re-education, but
Right.
to educate people once more in the value in why the American system as designed is so valuable, not just to the United States but to the world. We are the one real true superpower, and the way things are going, we're not going to be for long. We have to change it.
I'm going to be honest at this point. I'm at the point where I don't care if we ever have another thing to do with, well, we need to do this because we're the world's superpower, because
that's the wrong attitude. Actually, I agree with you.
We have to get involved in Ukraine because we have to send, Turkey just had that huge earthquake.
Yeah.
And okay, we've got military troops in the area, search and rescue. Okay, send them over to help. Okay. But we're going to send a few $1 billion worth of aid over there now.
Yeah, it's going to hide under a tarp for 6 years before someone finds it. But by God, we sent it.
Yep. No, all that money we sent to Ukraine,
Jesus.
and that one woman got caught at the airport. One government official's wife got caught at the airport with a suitcase with over $1 million in it, of American cash, on her way to a private offshore bank account to deposit that money for their personal retirement. All right. The pallets of money found in the desert during the Afghan war,
or the Afghan withdrawal.
Yeah, pallets of money
that
found.
Was left. My God.
No, I'm talking about pallets of $100 bills.
Yes.
All right.
That's tip of the iceberg too.
I've through the grapevine, and I'm not going to say, that I know 100% that this is true or not, but I've heard rumors that several young GIs have fortified their retirement funds.
Good.
From those pallets of cash.
Good, because they're not going to get shit from the American government.
Their retirement funds got quite healthy in spouses and family members' names, not necessarily their own.
Like I said, good, because the way our government treats our military is disgraceful. And
remember that old movie with Telly Savalas and Donald Sutherland, World War II movie,
Kelly's Heroes?
Thank you. Yep. And they found,
I don't remember.
they found that huge pallet of gold.
Yep.
They're just Clint Eastwood's trying to figure out a way of getting it out without getting caught.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is Kelly's hero in real life.
Yeah.
But instead of gold, it's pallets of greenbacks.
Right. I kind of agree with Becca. Not my country, not my problem. I mean, I'm not against humanitarian aid, but I am against humanitarian aid being shifted to line someone else's pockets.
Yes.
So there would be, and that's going to require an administrator, therefore a bureaucracy. And I'm like, I'm kind of out now because there's a bureaucracy involved. So you know what? Yeah, I feel bad for Turkey. Feel bad for the people of Ukraine. If only America would just pull what it's interested in out of Ukraine, whether it be biolabs or a hotel that's based on the business practices of Jeffrey Epstein or whatever it is. Just if the U.S. government would get its child fucking empire out of Ukraine, we could just let the Russians take it, and it'd probably be better for the Ukrainian people. Because at least they wouldn't have to live in a constant state of war.
Becca, the
But I'm a prick.
asylums, again, I'm torn both ways on the asylums.
Well, the asylums did have their own bureaucratic morass, didn't they?
Yes.
And like it would just mirror the prison system where, hey, once you're in, well, okay, we'll put you in 3 seconds, but it's going to take 6 months of paperwork to get you out.
And people ended up in the asylums that didn't need to be there. They
Right.
were, because, family felt that they were troublesome.
Yes.
But then there were people that, there was cases where, and it still happens today. People get on their psychotropic drugs that they need to get their brains working straight, and they're really cool. They're fantastic. They're able to live a healthy life, productive life. And then they get a wild hair. Well, man, I'm really doing great. Why do I need to keep taking these drugs? And next thing you know, they're spiraling out of control again. And there's nothing you can do about it because you can't force somebody to take drugs.
Right.
And then what they do, then they end up in the prison system to where they are now forced to take drugs.
Yep.
So, it's and our prison system is not designed to handle those kind of mental cases. They truly not.
No.
So,
The prison system is just housing for people no one wants to deal with.
well, I'm going. See, now I don't really agree with you.
Well, it's certainly not about rehabilitation.
Oh, and I would never say prison system is about rehabilitation. This is again, I'm ancient school on this. Prison are for people who've proven that they cannot live in our society through their own willful actions.
That's kind of what I said.
Okay. And they need to be put someplace to where the civilized people who are willing to live within our society can do so without fear from them.
Yeah.
Now, but I believe in that in a very basic sense. Now, unfortunately, what they have turned around and done with the prison system is you didn't pay this $100 fine, so you're going to jail.
Right.
No,
They've turned it into an
absolutely not.
extortion racket.
Absolutely not. You drove without license plates on your car for 6 weeks. You're going to jail. You flipped the cop off. So he's going to arrest you and you're going to go to trial. And depending on how crooked your district attorney is and judge is, you may end up in jail until your appeals goes through and they get thrown out on First Amendment basis.
Well, don't forget also that the public defender is paid out of the same purse as the cop, the prosecutor, and the judge.
Right.
So everyone knows on which side their bread is buttered. How are you supposed to get a fair trial under those circumstances?
So yeah, there's I wish I knew how to fix our prison system, but I don't.
Oh, neither do I. And the last thing here's the sad part. No one wants to do the work to figure it out. And that's because it's a huge morass. It's a swamp with its own particular smell, and who wants to wade through that? And I get that. But if we don't do something about it, we're just going to say, oh, fuck it. We can ignore the problem. It's fine.
Okay, Becca, I'm sorry. No asylum for illegals. Oh, no. My solution to illegals is fairly inexpensive. They're caught. They're caught in the country illegal. They're escorted to the nearest border and escorted across. Whatever border they cross to get here, they're escorted back across that border.
I have a similar
All right.
idea.
And at best, they're given a green bologna sandwich and a bottle of water.
Now, see, my idea is we go ahead and finish building the wall. Okay. I'm fine with that.
Oh, yeah, I'm 100%.
But there are doors in the wall that lead to each state that's on the border because those are the legal ports of entry along that border. So that makes sense. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you go over or under that wall, because you can't go around it, then you're dealing with the ocean. But if you, well, even then, okay, if you go
Right.
over the wall, under the wall, or around the wall, in one form or another exists a device that will propel you at high velocity to the other side of the border in the manner similar to the one which you use to cross the border.
Right.
Catapults
Well,
are your friends.
Right. On the southern border, what I want to see happen, which will never happen, but I want to see it. I want to see 300 yards along the entire stretch of the border taken over by the federal government. It is now federal property. 300 yards.
Okay.
I want much like a certain wall in Europe had. There's actually two walls. And the area between and betwixt, as you said, at each state or wherever legal points of entry should be determined to be, there would be the doors and the tunnels allowing traffic through, such as that is. And everything between and betwixt is patrolled, either by armed drone, AR A-10s, border patrol.
Airwolf.
No. Well, that's the purpose of the A-10s, but
That's true.
Apaches would work.
Yeah, something that can hover is what I'm getting at. In
Yeah.
case you need that kind of stability.
Right. Apaches would work. I can see Apaches. But that 300 yards belongs to the federal government, and that central area, it was called in the original centralized area was called the unalived area. Okay, it was zombie land. Let me
I can
put it
see
that
that.
way. Okay. And while I'm not for the gratuitous deaths of anyone crossing the borders, I am not. Okay. Just because you cross the border illegally does not mean it should be a death sentence.
Right.
All right. That's not the idea. But that A-10, that Apache helicopter sitting there, bringing in mounted forces to collect you and take you back to where you came from should be an immediate and automatic thing. No going before a judge.
Right.
No being housed and given physical inspections, health inspections and such. None of that.
I mean, honestly,
You're just turned around and escorted back across the border. You know, once we've got your photograph and fingerprints, and said, this is strike one or strike two. Now, strike three, you go to prison.
Now imagine you've invited your neighbor over to dinner, and instead of coming up on your porch and knocking on the door, they decide to dive through your front window. use the fucking door. That's all I'm
Yeah.
saying. We have doors on the border. Use them. That's why we need a wall. A door is meaningless if you don't have a wall to support
Yeah.
it.
They just, when for yesterday's fiasco at the House of Representatives,
Mm-hmm.
they put up a 10-foot wall all the way around the people's house.
Oh, of course.
Okay. And had the military and police forces patrolling. That was to protect the president and the vice president and the cabinet members that were attending, all except the lone survivor, from any actions from fellow Americans. Okay. They say walls don't work. Then why do they put up walls around the White House?
Exactly.
Why do they put up the walls around the House and the Senate? Why does Nancy Pelosi have a huge ass wall around her house? Why did we spend millions of dollars put up walls around Joe Biden's private home?
Right. Exactly.
Once he got elected. If walls don't work. Walls do work.
Becca, to answer your question, there are cases of fleeing tyranny and seeking, God, what's the word I'm looking for?
Asylum?
Yes. I should have known that because it's been all over the chat for the last half hour, the word asylum.
Right.
But yeah, there is asylum seeking, and an embassy may not be accessible. So I could see them, again, still coming through the front door.
But see, a lot of these people seeking asylum from Guatemala and Honduras and San Salvador and El Salvador and Venezuela. All right, by the time they got to our border, they've crossed the paths of at least a half a dozen.
Yeah, they've crossed 6 borders already. You've done your job. Stop.
But not only have they crossed the borders, but they've crossed embassies. They've crossed the paths of U.S. embassies where they could legally apply for asylum.
Right.
At that embassy.
I'm not saying that they
could have applied for refugee status at that embassy.
That they shouldn't stop at the embassies. I'm saying that in some cases, the embassy may not be an option. And if they're legitimately fleeing, that's why we don't. Seriously, that's why we don't shoot them on sight, even if they go over or under the wall, or if they cross the border in an unusual manner. It's because we're not monsters. They get a chance to tell their story. If they can verify anything, okay, now you move on to this step. If they can't verify, bye.
Oh my God.
You got to give us something to work with. What?
I'm closing some tabs on my computer that I had open up for the discussion.
Oh, and you didn't realize 3 of them were porn?
No.
Oh.
Dick Durbin has been in office as a senator for Illinois since January 3rd, 1997.
Jesus. See, this is what happens when you don't know who you're voting for.
He has been in office for almost 40 years.
Someone needs to look into that man's finances.
No, let's see here. 20 some odd years he's been sitting there in office. Long. Well, I joined. It's over 30 years.
Damn.
Because I retired. 97. I'm thinking, okay. Yeah, he got elected just before I retired out of the Air Force.
Well, we're just 4 years short, so 26 years.
Yeah. So yeah, that he's been in office forever.
Yeah, see, our government needs an enema.
Oh, it sure does.
And I don't mean a nice one.
Nah, it needs that hot soapy one.
with ghost pepper sauce in it.
Oh.
Hey, it's just to prevent infection.
Ah, okay.
Asylum
Congo
seekers
seekers
from
from
Congo that landed
Congo
in
that-
Brazil. Holy hell!
Yeah, Becca, I mean,
I can
I
understand that.
have
Jacob.
to have a translator program on my cell phone. And I have to keep my cell phone with me at my front desk. All of us do. All right. Every one of us at work there at the hotel I work at. We have we're required to put a translator program on our cell phone because I finally did it. And I hate myself for doing this, but we got new people in who are idiots. I had to redo all of our paper. I had to go through and all the questions we asked when people were checking in, I had to put it in Spanish.
Ugh.
So that, because we get these people coming into the hotel that don't speak a word of English, supposedly. And, corporate, customer service, you can't refuse them just because you don't understand them,
Right.
And then, of course, the owner, it's like the owner wants to make money. So one of the last acts I did before I got forced into semi-retirement was come up, run all of our paperwork through an English to Spanish translator program.
Yeah.
And then have a Spanish person proofread it to make sure the computer did the job right.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
What do you mean you don't like the ducking Olympics?
Oh, I want to see, I really want, I want to see the America that we had in 1978 again.
Kind of, yeah.
I don't want to go back to the 50s.
There's a weird.
I really want to go back to the way it was in the late 70s.
I was
Jimmy Carter and all.
I was re-examining why I hate the show Different Strokes from way back then.
Yeah.
And in that research, Dana Plato, the actress Dana Plato, who's dead
Right
now, naturally comes up.
Yeah.
So in researching her, I noticed something that was peculiar. So I went to my search engine, which is DuckDuckGo, and I typed in her name, and I did it as an image search.
Oh, you got her porn?
No, what I noticed is, and I bet if I do it with more young actresses from the 70s, I'll see a similar pattern. They were being, I don't know how to say this. It's very weird. It's because I was there. I know what the culture was like at the time. It's like they were using sexuality to make girls seem sophisticated.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But it wasn't. But looking back at it as an adult, I'm like going, those horny motherfuckers. But sorry, I have to go there.
Problem is most of us were too young to know about it or realize what was going on. All right. So who were they sexualizing these kids for? Was it for the adults watching the show?
Yeah, exactly. And even now, if I'm punching it in right now, there's because Dana Plato was a nice girl next door kind of vibe
until she got messed up on drugs.
Well, clearly, but then you get to like the picture of her in what looks like a red Hawaiian shirt with matching red shorts. The shorts are riding a little high, but that was the fashion at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's just wearing socks, and she's just, even at my age now, that looks like a cute girl. But I know that someone was looking at her and going, damn. And that's not even the worst one, because there's one tight ass pants and a tube top. And clearly she's not quite, she's in that question mark area of around 18 years of age. Then there are several bikini shots and sexual poses, and a still from the show Different Strokes where she's all bikinied up. And it's like, okay, what is really going on here? You got to wonder. I'm thinking, maybe the 70s wasn't as pure as I thought it was, when it comes to some of this kind of stuff. Maybe it wasn't as innocent.
No, it wasn't. That was the beginning of.
It's almost like it was the beginning of the downside of the sexual revolution.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we get. That was the same era that Roman Polanski was out there raping girls.
Right.
At Jack Nicholson's house. And fleeing sentencing, because he had already been prosecuted, admitted to the crime, and he just fled sentencing. And the United States has done nothing to get that monster back to the States to be imprisoned. But, it's just weird that I think the stuff has been around the whole time. And we just haven't been paying attention, or we're too young to know that we needed to pay attention.
That there was just, I don't know, so much going on that this sexual revolution of the 60s had been won.
Yeah.
Okay. And as been proven time and time again, people can't stop once they've won the battle that they thought they wanted to win.
No, they want to escalate. And see
what it is okay, this is how they've been making their living off that one battle. And then all of a sudden they win that battle, and they don't, they still want to put food on their table. So they got to find a fresh battle, a larger battle. Well, This was just the first step. Now we got this. I got into a discussion yesterday on Twitter. A woman saying that, they can't, her mom had fought for ERA, and, it needs to finally go through, yada, yada, yada. And I said, okay, you know what, that's fine. You want ERA to go through. I can't wait to see your daughters lining up to register for the draft before they lose all their government benefits. They lose their government jobs. They lose their government funding and everything else. And the woman's kicked back. Oh, no. We're not going to lose that. That's not how equality works. What do you mean that's not how equality works? If a man has to register for the draft within 30 days of his 18th birthday, or he can literally go to jail.
Yep.
All right. But as a fact, he's ineligible for any kind of government job. He is ineligible for any kind of government funding for college or anything else. He can't even get on welfare if he has not registered for the draft.
Yeah, the system is bogus.
Okay. So what you're telling me, what this woman's telling me is that they don't want, it's not a matter of equal rights anymore.
No, it's about superior positioning.
Okay. And I used to say, tell me one right a man has that a woman doesn't. And somebody caught me up one time. The right to take off your shirt in public, go bare chested. I said, okay, that's fine.
Hey, I'm all
All
for
right.
free the nipple.
Okay. If I, all right, well, okay. So I no longer say name one thing. I say name two. And they said, well, why do you always want to say name two now? Why do you change the name two? I said, because I'm getting tired of hearing about free the nipple campaign.
Yeah.
So free the nipples automatically one. Now name me one that actually matters.
Free the
Name me
nipple
one
doesn't
right
actually
that a
matter,
man
though.
has that a woman doesn't.
You know, they'll shout free the nipple, but the second anyone looks, oh my God, it's a rape.
Right.
Now, here's the funny part.
Don't be a man in a gym when a woman's working out.
Yeah, really. And if the weights fall on her, fuck, let her die.
Oh, they just had a case of that here not too long ago. A woman was doing a leg press.
Yeah.
And she did something wrong, and
the tendon.
it blew both knees out.
Yeah.
She's laying there screaming on the bench, and no one would go help her.
Yeah, I'm not getting sued. Fuck
All
that.
the men, some of the men just turned around and walked out of the gym.
Yep.
And some of them just kept doing what
It's
they
the
were doing.
safest thing to do.
They waited they let the staff deal with it. And when
But
they
then-
asked them why, they said, we don't want to take the chance on being accused of something.
Right. Now, getting back to the 70s and how weird it was, it was a contradiction then too, though. I mean, because now today everyone says go fuck a kid. Okay, that's the all the networks, the television networks, all the celebrities, all the people in government. Everyone's telling you, yeah, go fuck a kid. It's fine. But in the 70s, while the Dana Plato thing was going on, at the same time, the two actresses on Three's Company could not show bare leg for some reason.
Wait a minute. Suzanne Summers wore shorts all the time.
Yeah, but she wasn't bare-legged. She was wearing pantyhose. They had to wear pantyhose. This was a rule of the production. They couldn't show bare leg.
That.
Weird. You see what I mean? It's a weird contradiction.
But you couldn't tell she had pantyhose on.
I could. I mean, because I was examining very closely. I knew that one day it would come up, and I had to examine it when the opportunity was present.
Wow.
No, I was a horny little kid just going, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, Fury, the decade of Daisy Duke.
Yep.
Michelle
Now
Bachmann.
Now, here's where it becomes interesting. At least back then, you had the contradiction. Today, you don't.
Right.
Today, you've got all the forces are aligned and telling you, go fuck a kid, go fuck a kid, go fuck a kid. I bet it's in some subliminal music somewhere.
You know, I don't watch television anymore.
There's a good reason. I don't really either. I watch old stuff when I can.
If I try to spend time with my wife out in the living room. Okay.
Well, yeah.
And when I go out to the living room, she controls the TV. Now, she'll sometimes put it on Food Network for me. Because if you don't know, I like to cook.
Groovy.
So cooking is my hobby. So she'll put on Food Network for me. But other times, you know, she's watching her Hallmark channel or the Great American Family channel or whatever that was that half the Hallmark people went to.
Right.
And I find that funny. Or, you know, half of the Hallmark stars and production leads and such, they left Hallmark this 2 years ago and started a new channel.
Yeah.
You're aware of that?
Yeah.
And you know why they did it then?
Yeah, because of the istophobism.
Because Hallmark, they bowed to the left and the LGBT and decided they were going to start putting gay and lesbian characters in their programming. And these people said, we're not going to be in these shows. And they got together and started a new channel. And said, this is going to be for traditional marriage.
Right, well, yeah.
Which, and I mean, and boy, especially what's her name from
Cameron.
Cameron.
It was Candace Cameron Bure.
Yeah, I mean, she caught a lot of hell for it.
Yep.
Okay, but the thing is she caught a lot of hell a few years back because somebody released a picture of hers, got a picture of her and her husband together, and her husband was holding on to her boob, had his arm around her shoulder and cupping her boob.
Yeah.
And started getting on her about that, and she goes, he's my husband. He likes holding my boob. I like him holding my boob. What's wrong with that? That picture was not meant for public release.
No, someone had to scrounge around for it.
But somebody got their hands on it and released it to the public. That was a picture, and it's like, it's not like she was bare-breasted or anything. It's, he just reached around and cupped her boot, copped a feel. And anyway.
I miss the early days of copping a feel, honestly. I mean, because we're at an age now where there's nothing new about copping a feel. It's a road we've already traveled. It's a nice road. Make no mistake, but we've already traveled it.
And I travel it every opportunity I get.
Damn straight. I'm with you on that. I'm just saying, I'm kind of bummed that I can't do it for the first time again.
I'm 63. I'm not dead.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I'm single, so it's even harder.
That don't get easier just because you're married.
No, but it's certainly more present. I mean, there are easily more opportunities. Hell, I like being single, though. It means I don't have to wait for permission to go to the bathroom. What's funny is I'm the guy who would have ended up in the Dick Van Dyke master bedroom with two beds and a piece of furniture separating them. I am that guy.
You are that guy.
Yeah, and it's not because I'm a prude. It's because it's enough already, and I just want to get some sleep.
Well, I remember. I actually do remember when Lucille Ball was pregnant, and they had to figure out how they're going to write that into the script of her TV show.
Oh yeah, because my God, you can't have people getting pregnant.
I actually remember reading about that scandal when I was a kid.
Scandal.
Well, that's what it was.
Oh, I know. I'm just.
At the time, that was a scandal.
This is why we don't need the FCC. If maybe without all this protectioneering that we do at children, maybe they'd actually grow up to be adults instead of growing up to be larger children.
I'm
not saying.
Okay,
I want to make it clear. I'm not saying to throw your kid into, throw your 8-year-old into shark-infested waters and, when you're teaching them to swim. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying don't be a namby-pamby.
All right. We need the FCC. We just need them in a vastly reduced role. Have a lot of their powers taken away from them.
Why?
Okay. The FCC.
I mean, why do we need them? Is to make sure you know which part of that I'm responding
to.
No.
Okay. You see that we need the FCC for controlling the radio broadcasting and television broadcasting that the stations act over the air broadcasting that they actually do. The FCC.
Okay. Are you talking about? I want to make sure I'm understanding this before I jump to some mental delusion. Are you saying that we need them to regulate the frequencies upon which radio or TV station X is transmitting so it doesn't interfere with radio or TV train. Why?
Frequencies and strength. Yes.
Okay. I'm with you on that.
Okay. The FCC should not be in the position of censoring the networks and what goes out over the airwaves.
I absolutely agree with you.
Okay. So when you say the FCC needs to go away, I'm going to disagree.
Well,
agree.
You're right. You're right. I should have been more specific because I do agree with you. We do need some regulating body to make sure that two radio stations in the same vicinity are not transmitting on the same frequency, or to make sure that one isn't intentionally trying to overpower another on the same frequency.
Now, about the only limitations I would put on public broadcasting, obviously, would be hardcore X-rated porn.
Yeah, I'd probably go along with that too. But
all right, but I mean, yeah, they do everything but flash the nipple nowadays anyway.
Right. I'm saying that, one of the studio lights falls and crushes your foot, you should be allowed to shout fuck without getting fined. That's what I'm talking about.
See, I used to work in that industry. I used to work in a television station. I had my first class FCC license.
Okay.
All right. So had that 18 years old before I joined the Air Force. And that's why I have such a hard on for affirmative action and anything that discrimination by the government. Because that's why I had to join the Air Force, because TV station I worked at was being sold. And the FCC stepped in and said, well, if you want the transfer of this license to go from owner A to prospective owner B, then owner A needs to increase the number. There needs to be an agreement to increase the number of minorities and women.
Oh, Christ.
Because at the time, there were no minorities working for the station. And there was only 2 women, and both of them were secretaries.
Sounds about right.
Okay. And so I had already completed, I'd already completed a year of true internship at that station, working 20 to 30 hours a week with no pay while in high school, taking both college and VOTEC classes, a full course load, and working at the television station and getting my FCC licenses. And then they hired me. $7.50 an hour in 1978. That was a hell of a lot of money. That's like being paid $50 or $60 an hour now.
Yes.
Okay. And to an 18-year-old in 1978 getting paid $7.50 an hour, especially a farm boy that his largest source of income prior to that was a half penny a bale, baling hay and putting it in a barn, or a quarter a bushel digging potatoes. Yeah. Think about it. Think about the difference of that. Okay. I couldn't earn $7.50 an hour digging potatoes.
Nope.
And I definitely didn't earn $7.50 an hour baling hay.
Oh God, no.
Putting it in, and it had to be in the barn to get that half cent an hour, half cent per bale. If it didn't make it to the barn, I only got a quarter cent per bale. So they stepped in, the owners walked in and said, we're sorry, but we got to let you go. But before you go, we need to have you train this guy how to do the very basics. Did you train him on how to do this, this, and this? So I trained him knowing that as soon as he got somewhat proficient, just somewhat proficient, that he could actually do it without destroying the equipment.
Right.
that I was going to be out of a job. So 2 weeks after I graduated high school, I was sitting in Lackland Air Force Base in basic training.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's why you want to know why I have such a boner, such a hard on for affirmative action and quota hires and whatever.
It's because it forced you into the military.
It forced me into 20 years it forced me into the military because after figuring out I could earn $7.50 an hour using my brain and hands in 1978, I damn sure didn't want to go back to work on a farm.
Right.
Using my back, digging potatoes and picking cucumbers for a living.
Oh, no kidding.
Shucking corn. That was not my idea of a livelihood.
No.
So.
Oh no.
But anyway, well, this has been a 4-hour and 20-minute stream so far.
It's been an extravaganza.
I think we've pretty much covered just about. I just want to put this out one more time, people. The Democratic Party, because this was not an invention and solely done by Sean Casten by himself.
No.
Dick Durbin had his dirty little fingers in this.
Durbin's dick is all over it.
Duckworth had her dirty little fingers in it. And I would not be surprised if Kamala Harris didn't have her fingers in this, as well as a half a dozen or so other high-ranking Democrats. This guy is just the face that they put on it. As Mitch said, this guy, they threw him a bone and made him the face of this. Because if you listen to him in this video, he says we a whole hell of a lot and doesn't say a whole bunch of I. But this is a destruction of our Constitution and of our government. It is a power grab by the Democratic Party. And this is going to be something like the ERA. This is not a 5-year, 1 year, 2 year, 5-year plan. This is a 20-year plan to get this through.
Yep. Say what you want about the Democrats. They know how to plan long term.
This is definitely this is definitely a long-term plan of theirs. And just as they're pushing the ERA right now, there's a bunch of Democrats pushing the ERA again right now. This will be on our radar scopes for years to come, people.
Yep.
And it started last week. Let's put it this way. The plans have been ongoing for quite a while, but they surfaced and became official publicly last week. Spittle, 4 simple words, shall not be infringed.
I didn't watch the Biden speech, but security of a free state, that's what I think about it.
You want to post a link to that video of yours again?
Oh, sure, if you like. I got to hunt.
Yeah, make sure.
I mean, I don't make that particular type of content so much any longer.
Right.
But the only reason I uploaded that one to my what is this called? Rumble page or Rumble channel is because someone was asking about voiceover work and I wanted them to have more than one example.
Spittle's Equal Rights Amendment. That thing technically died 20 some years ago.
We don't need an Equal Rights Amendment because nowhere in the Constitution does it say anything about except for women.
That's what we were saying earlier. You list me 2 laws, just 2 laws, where men have rights that women don't.
That's the part that one of the mistakes people make reading the Constitution is not all the rights are affirmative, meaning that they're not all mentioned. The Ninth Amendment is really good about specifying that. Let me scroll to it here in my long list of the many of things. Oh, God, of course, this is going to take forever, isn't it? Because that's just the way things work. Amendment 9, the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. That is probably one of the most important under-recognized amendments in the Bill of Rights. I mean, there's no right to walk down the street, but it's not specifically stated, but you damn well do it.
Yep.
Why? Ninth Amendment.
There are, like I said, other than the fact men can go out in public without wearing a shirt, go out bare chested, and most places women can't. That's the only law I know that differentiates, that gives a right to men that women don't also have.
Well, and let's be honest, has a woman ever sued over it, that it violates the Equal Protection Clause?
Well, you've got several, like New York has actually got laws that do allow women to walk topless.
Okay.
All right. There are areas of the country that women can walk topless all they want. And they don't have to put pasties on their nipples or nothing else.
All right, then.
All right. But then if you do that here where I live, they're going to wrap a towel or a blanket around you and take you off to jail and bust you for indecent exposure.
Right. See, my point in asking that question is that, sometimes you gotta be the martyr and be the test case, because that's how our system works. You have to get arrested in order to have standing to launch that lawsuit.
Well, you don't always have to be arrested.
No, you're right.
It takes the threat of arrest.
Yeah. You have to have
once there's that
state action.
Yeah, once there's that threat of arrest, that's as far as, okay, fine, officer, I will. Are you threatening me with arrest if I don't do this, or if I do this? Yes, you will be arrested. Fine, that's all I needed to hear.
Yep.
All right. Make certain you have a camera with you and you have that on audio tape. You do have that recorded audio and video.
Absolutely.
All right. You don't rely on the police body cameras, because police body cameras, for some reason, malfunction awful strangely.
They malfunction at convenient times.
Right.
Usually when the cop in question turns it off, or the prosecutor wants to win a case and ignores that portion of the footage.
I would love to see a state law. It doesn't need to be federal law. It's just state laws. And I've advocated for this here a couple of times to DeSantis and to my state legislator. It's like, that an officer who turns on his body cam cannot turn, when dealing with an incident, cannot turn it off until either the individual that has been arrested and turned over at the jailhouse to the sheriff's department, who runs local jails, or he has left the scene and the incident is over with.
If he has left the scene, okay, I'm thinking of an automated system, because I had mentioned an automated system to someone a week or so ago. Now, if they're not transporting the prisoner, I mean, because let's face it, we can have sensors and switches work in conjunction, right?
Right. We
know how to do this. This is not mystery. Eric, this is not a mystery at this point. This is not science fiction. So The camera, the body cam that they wear is rigged with a sensor. If there's someone in the back seat, then the camera stays on, because that means that person in the back seat is under arrest generally.
Well, if there's a person in the back seat, his body weight should activate the camera in the car.
Yes, should. But anyhow,
But
I'm
it's like
trying to create something a
it's-
little.
It's
Okay.
like here in a recent case. The police arrested a man, handcuffed him, put him in the back of the car. They removed everything from his pockets and everything. And then the shift supervisor shows up. The shift supervisor tells the other guy, the arresting officer, to shut off his body cam. And they have a private conversation.
Yeah,
That conversation should not be private,
no.
because when they come out of that conversation, the arresting officer unarrests. Well, you weren't arrested, sir. You were just being detained.
Illegally.
All right. Even though he had said he was arrested.
Right.
Well, I misspoke. You were actually only being detained.
Now, misspoke doesn't cut it.
All right. Yeah, he was in handcuffs and put in the back of a police car. You know,
If you're a
as far-
cop and you don't know how to express yourself in those very basic terms, you're not fit to be a cop.
so
That cop basically just ruined. Well, if we had a fair system, mind you, that cop just destroyed his career. He effectively
far-
quit his job.
well, see, I'm also against, and this here is a whole nother stream. Qualified immunity.
Me too.
I am one. I believe if you want to be a police officer, then you should be required, as anybody involved in the medical career fields are, to carry liability insurance.
Let's see. My position on qualified immunity is a concept that I call verified immunity. Basically, there are situations where a cop needs qualified immunity. Okay. Someone is speeding and driving recklessly. It makes sense that the cop should break the speed limit to catch that person. Yes.
That's not qualified immunity, though.
Yes, it is. Because he's only allowed to do it because he's a cop.
That's a part of his. No,
That's the qualification for the immunity.
I think you have a misunderstanding of qualified immunity. All right. Qualified
No, look-
immunity allows the cop to violate your constitutional rights as long as there has not been a court decision in your jurisdiction at the federal level or at the Supreme Court level, specifically outlining what you're doing is unconstitutional. All right. So if you can, depending on which part of the country you live in, because some parts of the country still have not ruled that videotaping police at the appeals courts level or higher, that videotaping police is a legal thing to do. It's covered by the First Amendment.
Actually, the Supreme Court has ruled on that.
No, they have not.
Are you sure?
I'm 100% positive.
Well,
Okay. Because the police can still arrest you for recording them in some parts of the country, because that has not been determined by the appeals courts to be covered under the First Amendment. All right. So cops get qualified immunity for that. The qualified immunity started off as to prevent judges from being sued into oblivion for their rulings from the bench if they should get overturned at the appeals level. That's how qualified immunity started.
imagine how much actual justice there would be if that never started.
Okay. So then it got passed down, then it got expanded out as everything else seems to, got
Right.
passed down to district attorneys.
Well, it escalates is what happens. You're right.
And then it further spread out now to the police. And of course, the police take advantage of it every which way they can.
Meanwhile, according to the Supremacy Clause of the U.S. Constitution, I have the right under Article 9 of the Bill of Rights to not have my unspecified rights taken away by the police. Or non-enumerated. Let's put it that. That's
Right.
the actual. My non-enumerated rights cannot be violated by the police, according to the Supremacy Clause of the U.S. Constitution.
And then another little
Therefore-
scapegoat.
Therefore, when I exercise my First Amendment right to freedom of the press, or you really should watch that video of mine
Oh, I plan on it.
because I do cover this in that video. In that video, I argue that the video camera qualifies under the Second Amendment.
Oh, that'd
Because-
be an interesting stretch to see how you get that.
Well, it's simple. The Second Amendment doesn't say firearms; it says arms.
Arms.
The word
that's correct.
arms is synonymous with weapons, and there are many weapons one may use to combat tyranny. Now, what the security of a free state is a bulwark against tyranny. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if I'm using my video camera, well, okay, let me get out there a little bit more. If we're going to maintain the security of a free state, we have to determine that which threatens the free state, and as we've already agreed, that is tyranny. Now, is tyranny exclusive to government?
Tyranny can only be exclusive to the government.
No, it can't. Tyranny can exist outside of government.
Private individual cannot be tyrannical, cannot be a tyrant towards another individual.
Yes, they can. That's what a kidnapper does. They restrict your freedom of movement. That's a tyranny. Now, there's going to be a legal dictionary that's going to say the word tyranny in a legal context is different than what the word tyranny means, and I'm not buying that shit. But if someone steals your property, they have taken your right to property. That's a tyranny. They've violated your rights. That's a tyranny. That's why it's illegal. Now, when I use my video camera,
You are now going to make me pull out my dictionaries.
that's fine.
Okay, you realize that now.
Yeah, that's great. That's fine. But I'm going to tell you, man, when if theft is a tyranny, then the guy who's playing basketball while on disability is stealing and therefore committing an act of tyranny. And when I record that on a video camera and turn him in, well, that's using my video camera as a weapon against tyranny to maintain the security of a free state. I mean, when I speak about these things, it's generally conceptual.
Right.
And the purpose for it is to understand that we have the opportunity in the United States of America, especially in the Western Hemisphere in general, but more particularly in the United States, to expand freedom and liberty. And we don't. And the reason we don't is because we just never think of it in these terms. But when I'm recording a police officer violating someone's rights, my video camera should now become protected under the Second Amendment because it has become the arms with which I maintain the security of a free state, which is my right to do as a citizen.
Okay.
So if I get violated by the police, I've got them on a violation of the First Amendment, freedom of press, Second Amendment, right to keep and bear arms to maintain the security of a free state. I've got them on the 9th Amendment because why not? Actually, I've got them on several grounds on the first, depending on how they violate. But, it's not just a First Amendment issue. Let's see, real quick. While you're looking at
the reason why it's a First Amendment issue is because it's a freedom of the press.
Yes.
All right, and that you don't have to work for a radio station, no matter how hard some government agencies and
they want you to
bodies
believe that you need a license.
Have attempted to say that you have to work for a legitimate newspaper, a quote unquote legitimate newspaper, radio station, television station, in order to be considered a journalist. No. Anybody who reports to the public is a journalist.
Yep.
All right. Now, right now, as a content creator, you and I, in covering this abortion of a series of bills put forth by this idiot. All right. We are commentators and journalists because we are bringing forth to the public news which they have not heard. All right. We are informing them of what's going on in our government. And by doing that in the way that we did it, we are technically, under the Constitution, journalists. There is no such thing as a press pass.
No.
All right. You will see police officers and government agencies and such say, well, you say you're a journalist, let's see your press pass. Okay, well, here, I'll take a piece of paper, I'll write press pass on it, initial it, and hand it to you.
Yep.
There's my press pass.
Wear a fedora and put the word press on a piece of paper and shove it in the band.
Right.
Like I'm a reporter at the Daily Planet in the 50s.
Now, some police departments still do issue a press pass, which is nothing more than
that's a we know you card.
Right. It's a we know you card so that
club.
you can get in and out of our police stations or wherever. You can attend our little pressers that we give out, yada, yada, yada. You're the people we'll let in. We're not going to let the general public in, but we'll let you in.
I got to address some stuff in the chat here because they're bringing up some good points here. Furry Kitten writes, a corporate environment is classed as a domain and can have a tyrannical regime. Yes, it can.
Yes.
But that is under an employment contract. Even if you don't sign a physical contract, there tends to be a verbal employment contract. You work here so long as you do X, and you are not in a position to speak for the company, yada, yada, yada. In those ways, yes. What they cannot do, however, is chain you to your workstation and prevent you from using the bathroom and prevent you from saying this sucks when they try to chain you to your workstation and prevent you from using the bathroom. And this is one of those things because there's that implied contract in those situations, and sometimes it's a full-blown contract. Make no mistake.
Right.
But even if you have the full-blown contract, I don't know where the line is. How far can you go before you've signed all of your rights away and essentially make yourself a slave?
Under contract law, there are limitations.
Yeah, that's my point. There are limitations even under contract.
Right.
To address your second one there, Furry Kitten, I find your two-party rules in regards to recording very confusing when weighed against the First Amendment. It is the ability to record free speech. It depends on the state. Personally, I think the two-party rules are a load of junk. A two-party consent state, in case anyone doesn't know, I'm sure everyone does, but I got to say it so we're being clear. In a two-party consent state, on a telephone call, or even in a personal interaction, I have to have consent from myself and the other person I'm engaged in a conversation with, or other people if it's a two-party state, because that doesn't just mean two participants.
Okay. It must be a private person.
Yes.
All right. It cannot be a government employee who is in the performance of their duties.
Correct, because that's a different dynamic.
That's right. Any government employee in the performance of their duties can be recorded.
Yep.
And now that has been decided by the Supreme Court.
Yes. That's probably what I was referring to, actually. And mistakenly said it was something else.
All right.
But
yes, you
but yeah, but in a one-party consent state, myself and another private party, all I have to do is consent myself, which I do the moment I press record.
Right.
So
It's
I
like-
don't have to announce it.
I used to record all my phone calls. But then
That went out of fashion.
well, it went out of fashion when the company which supplied the app to my cell phone got sued
Even better.
because by somebody that lived in a state that required two-party consent.
Oh, okay.
And they got sued because their app made it possible for them to be recorded automatically without giving their consent.
Spittle Buggies is correct. Paparazzi are journalists according to federal law. Yes, they are.
Yep. Yes, they are.
Let's see. The only time you'll get a press pass is official event certificate, which is basically an allowance to go maybe into other areas behind a cordon. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, that's all a press pass is good for. It's hey, we're the venue. We're having an event. We know that you're coming to cover the event. Come on in.
Yep. Here you go. This allows you to
You
get,
can you
this
can
allows you
cross
to
the
pass
yellow
the road.
line, but you can't cross the red line. Furry says, when we arrest anyone in security, we have to be so very careful. One false move and it is kidnapping. Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm. That's why when I worked security, I would just simply get pictures, as many pictures as I could. I'd get, of course, we did have audio recording at the points. And
Right.
I would say, okay, fine. I cannot stop you from doing whatever it is you want to do. However, just be aware that I have already notified the police and they are on their way.
Yeah, it depends on the level of security you're providing too.
Right.
If you're doing the mall security, your job is to observe and report.
I was at a gated community.
That's a little bit different because now you're in charge of property in a different way.
Right.
And it's
But
still
I was not allowed to touch.
right. It's still very much observe and report.
Right.
But you got to be smart about it. With observe and report, you get to record.
Yep.
Now,
That-
when you get
that's
into
what I do.
executive protection, that's a different ball of wax. That's like orders of magnitude beyond bodyguard. And that's a different animal. You may have to shoot somebody.
I was too fat and old to get into that.
Yeah, I know that feeling too.
I'll tell you
Although
what,
I did have a couple of experiences that were, I'm not going to say at that level because it wasn't an executive that was being protected. Let's put it that way.
right.
The principal was my friend's wife.
The
And
amount of money though I made working in a gated community as security. Now understand, at the time, all right, I'm 6'3", and at the time I weighed about 215 pounds. Most of it in my chest and shoulders.
Forgot
It
leg
was
day,
a-
huh?
Huh?
Skipped leg day.
Well, no, it was the natural inheritance from my father's
Okay.
side of the family. Very, very large lungs, lung capacity. Okay.
All right.
And then, of course, y'all know my voice. And I can drop it a little bit further if I really need to. So I was the big scary guy that was put out in public to take, because I could scare the shit out of the college kids
Right.
that are trying to get into the gated community and anybody else. So, and once I scared them, but the ones that didn't get scared, that was fine, as
Right.
long as they didn't I was allowed no weapons, but I was allowed a flashlight. So I special ordered a 6D cell aircraft aluminum grade
Mm-hmm.
flashlight. And that special 2-inch wide holder it takes to strap it to your belt and a pair of suspenders to go with it because the damn thing was so heavy.
What was I? Oh,
that does make for a nice self-defense item if you need to.
It does. But getting back to the story about my buddy's wife, I wasn't paid to do anything. Make that perfectly clear. But I did some digging on the guy who was bugging her. He kept trying to get her to go on dates, and I'm married. That's fine. I don't care if you're married. I'm gonna guess, that kind of shit.
Right.
And but I'm not going to go into great detail. It was more involved than pestering her for a date. But one day, I met the guy at the mall, and I walked up to him, and I you have to do a little bit of acting, and I'm like, Dave, right? Like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, Dave. I gave him his last name. Said, oh yeah, we were at that thing together a few weeks back. Told him a venue a thing he had attended. He's like, we were? I'm like, yeah, that's where you told me you lived at. Gave him his address. And that your social security number was, gave him that. Because, you have to commit those things to memory if you're going to play this game.
Right.
Which I was kind of doing really well. And I had his hand in mine because we were shaking hands the whole time and I wouldn't let him go. And I kept increasing pressure as I went on and on. And let's see, what name should I use for her? Okay. And I was squeezing his hand harder and harder, and I pulled him in. And I'm not a big guy, but I imagine that the reason I was able to pull him in is because he's dealing with shock because this stranger just told him all this stuff about him.
Right.
And I pulled him in. I said, Lacey wants to be left alone. Then I let him go. And I said, have a nice day. He never bothered her again. I didn't have to raise my voice. I didn't have to I didn't have to outright threaten him. Because the point of telling him all that personal info is really just it's to let him know that he's not invulnerable. And it worked. Violence isn't always the answer, but implied violence can do you some good. I'm sorry, that just came to me that way. I found it funny.
Yeah, I mean, that was part of my job when I was security. It was to, through my physical presence, be a deterrent. A deterrent to people being places they weren't supposed to be.
Well, yeah, let me finish. Let me paint this picture of me, okay? 5'6". At the time, I probably weighed about 107, 180, 190 pounds. Let's overestimate a little bit. So I wasn't a skinny guy.
Yeah, chunky little feller.
Yeah. But I'm like an inch taller than fucking Wolverine in the comics. And I'm not nearly as built. I wasn't a muscular guy. I was flabby.
I'm thinking Juggernaut size.
Juggernaut? No, Juggernaut was a little taller than Wolverine. But yeah, I was, let's say I was well-rounded. 5'6", 190 pounds. But,
Well, round
still,
is a shape.
yes, it is. But, I did have enough strength to squeeze his hand and pull him in.
Right.
That's all I needed. It's just, I don't know. It's a fun little story. And it shows you how easy it can be to back a threat down. And really the advantage I had was surprise. He didn't know I was coming. I mean, it would be easier to come up behind him with a baseball bat and start swinging. But, that puts me at risk.
Yeah, Fury saying he's the friendly golden retriever.
Well, yeah, see, there are three kinds of security. There's uniformed security. There's the security you're supposed to see, like that certain part of the Secret Service that runs by the car.
Yep.
Then there's the security you don't see. And they're the ones you got to be most worried about.
They're the ones that you should be scared of.
Yes. That's the role I decided to take until I made contact.
No, I was always uniform security because of my size.
Yeah.
You put the big, dumb, ugly ones out front.
Yeah.
As like you said, as a deterrent to the people who they're not enthusiastic or they're not dedicated to doing something. It's more of they're doing it as a lark. Let's FAFO type thing. So, they got that wild hair up their backside to do something stupid.
Yeah.
And that's what the big ugly guy like me, they're put there to deter.
Right. There was no big ugly guy when this guy was hitting on Lacey.
Right.
It was basically just him and Lacey.
Well, he was also determined though.
Well,
so the big ugly guy would not have foiled him.
I think the big guy would have it. I think the big guy would have foiled him in the right context.
It'd been the same context that you did.
Probably.
It wouldn't have been just standing there and say, hey, you can't do this, go away.
Right. But I mean, I played a head game with the guy.
So, well, I need to end this stream. I have been up since noon yesterday.
You maniac.
And this is now turned into a 5-hour stream.
It works for me though, because I am really hungry.
So I want to grab a sandwich and then go back and see if I can catch a little bit of sleep. Pop a pain pill and see if I can catch a little bit of sleep.
Groovy.
Everybody, though, I want to thank you for coming. Anybody that like Fury that's hung around for this entire stream, as Spittle has.
You maniacs.
God. I thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate you hanging around. The first 3 hours of this stream, 4 hours of this stream is what was important. 3.5 hours.
Yeah, they say once you get past that first 3 hours, everything's downhill from there.
The nonsense of what this guy and the Democratic Party is trying to push through, and the way they're couching it as, well, we're only asking for people to be treated equally. We're only asking for equal and fair. It's only fair for this to be this way. And this is for the will of the American people. This is what this here is to ensure the will of the American people get done because of the obstructionists in the Republican Party.
Yeah, the Americans.
He never quite said it. He came close. But he never quite said the extreme right wing.
Right.
He came close. I mean,
give him a minute.
You knew what he meant.
He's new. He's got to ramp up to that.
Right. Oh, EFAP? Oh man, no. Well, Spittle, I was pissed. I've been pissed off for 3 days or 2 days now because of this, since yesterday when I found this. And like I said, I don't necessarily DM Rantin' Monkey or Prospero or Skeptalk and say, hey, I need you guys on a stream with me because I need some voices here other than mine. Because this subject needed more voices than just my voice. And I want to thank Mitch for being that other voice.
Hey, thank you for letting me join.
Okay, I appreciate it because some things are too important for just one person to be talking about.
Agreed.
There needs to be an actual conversation than one person ranting and raving.
There needs to be commiseration so that someone can see that more than one person is holding this point of view.
So, and Mitch, I want to thank you much for coming on. I do appreciate you for doing it. I will read that book. And did you ever post your channel?
Not the channel so much as that one video, but
did you ever post a link to it?
Yeah, I did. I'll post the channel again. There's not much content there yet because it's new.
Okay.
There it is. There's my in the chat. That's my Rumble channel. I cover politics and entertainment.
Okay,
Well,
I'm not
current
seeing
events
it
and
popping up in the chat.
Okay, maybe I'll do it this way.
I'm not. Just say hi or something in the chat so I can make you a mod if you're not one.
Oh, okay. I'm clicking on all the wrong windows. Stupid modern internet stuff. There we go. Oh, I've got an itch. There we go. Oh, yeah. There we go.
Add as a standard moderator. There you go. You are now a moderator.
All right, let's try this. All right, there's my Rumble channel.
There it went through. Okay, and let's see here. Whoops. Oh, no, I was following you.
Groovy. I need.
Yep. Because
8 more follows so I can start streaming on my Rumble channel.
Security of the Free State. That's the video, the 8-minute video, right?
Yep.
Okay.
It's done in kind of a documentary style. Just fair warning.
Yeah, because just let you know, I did get the link to your attention, your Oh No's I Am Satan Devil Music. Your Grammy video.
What about it?
I did get notification of that video.
Oh,
when
groovy.
you posted it.
Right on.
I haven't had time to watch it, but I did get it. So, but anyway, I'm shutting down. I've got to get something to eat. I've got to go to the bathroom. I got to get something to drink. I got to, 5 hours. 5 hours is a hell of a stream for me.
It is. It gets away from you if you're not careful.
Well, we spent a lot of time though. I mean, dedicated to one subject pretty well.
True.
All right. And this is something that we need to, I mean, it's not, like I said many times before, this is not something that's a flash in the pan. This here's a 15, 20-year thing that's going on here. This is definitely long-term.
Yep.
So everybody have a good day. You got any words of wisdom before we lock out the doors there, Mitch?
Oh, yeah. Words of wisdom. A marriage is like a horse with a broken leg. You can shoot the horse, but that don't fix the leg.
I'm going to end up with my normal thing. Everybody, please be with the ones you love. Love the ones that you're with. Have a good one. And we'll be back when we get back. Okay? Have fun.